Hello, family. Welcome. This is Gina with Bijoux Noir. You are tuned in to my channel. We are here to have our Black discussions. Let me know if you can hear me before I go into my tantrums. Uh, I see one person in. That is cool. Three. Okay. We're getting somewhere. I haven't been here for a minute, but I'm really happy to be here today. Please put a one in the comment section if you can hear me. We're here to have a very great discussion. I'm very happy to be here. It's been a minute. I really miss being here. At times, I really get so caught up in my learning. I'm learning so much, guys. I put so much sometimes I put so much energy in trying to learn so much. I feel like I'm running out of time. I don't know why I feel that way, but it's just so much to learn. And history is just like, man, it throws you. History actually throws you. I really feel that way. There's so much of it that it exemplifies everything that we are. It's not just about what we were, it really is what we are and where we're going. So today we're going to be talking a little bit about Haiti. We're going to be talking about the Haitians. We're going to be talking about those Africans that ended up on the island of Haiti. We're going to be talking about one particular person. We're going to be focusing in on one particular Haitian. We're going to be talking about Dessalines, Jean-Jacques Dessalines. To be specific, we're going to be talking about his imprint. I'm going to remove myself because I want you to take a look at. There's a history behind Jean-Jacques Dessalines. For a very long time, the Haitian Revolution, for a very long time, Toussaint Louverture was the man. Everybody, because the white colonialists, they loved Toussaint, right? Because he wanted to be a part of their team. He wanted, once he did what he did, his whole aim was to try to get along with France. You guys can't hear me? Are you serious? Can you hear me? Tell me you can hear me, please. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Let me try something. I'm gonna try to turn it. Can you hear me now? Hello? Put a one if you could hear me, or two if you cannot. Hello, hello. Let me know if you can hear me, guys. I don't know if you can hear me. Tell me if you can hear me. Yes, okay, boom. All right, so we can get started. I don't know how much you heard, how much you didn't hear, but we're going to be talking about Haiti. We're going to be talking about what those Africans did on the island. The reason that I'm bringing this up today is because I feel like we've abandoned them. And I say we because I feel like we should all be responsible for them. And I don't feel like it should be just the people that are from Haiti. Um, I think it should be all the brown and black people throughout the world in some ways. And this is why I'm having this discussion today. And this is only going to be the beginning of such discussions, because I feel like we have a responsibility towards Haiti, but not just towards Haiti, but towards us all. But Haiti in specific, because I feel like Haiti's being attacked. We're all being attacked, but I feel like Haiti, for whatever reason, um, for a very long time, not only have we not only were they were betrayed by others. I think they were betrayed by themselves, and by the people that they that there were great sacrifices for. But before we go even deeper into that, I think that the sacrifice, the betrayal wasn't just to Haiti, it was to ourselves. It had a lot to do with turning away from something that we felt was very dark to ourselves. And to be honest with you guys, I'm just scratching towards something here. And I'm wanting to really jump in and talk to you guys about what I'm feeling, what I'm thinking. And a lot of what I'm going through, I'm gonna need somebody to come on here. I see you in here, Wendy. I need you to come on board. Someone somewhere, if you come along tonight, come on here. Everybody, anybody that's interested, we're going to be going through something that I think is really important to us all. I got a copy of and I know we've read this before, but I wanted us to read it together because I think it's important that we do. Because I see something here that I think we need to be paying attention to. A copy of the Declaration of Independence, the proclamation that was sent throughout the world from Haiti, when they defeated France, and they declared slavery was no longer for Black people throughout the world. And there was an oath that was done. There was an oath that was made. Um, and there is something that I really wanted to I want us to read that, and I wanted to see what other people's opinion was regarding what was written, what was promised, what was read. Am I seeing what I'm seeing? Others seeing what they're, are other people going to be able to read into that, what I'm seeing? And also, I wanted to get a couple of clips out the way, some things that, just to bring some things to the table. It's going to be quite a conversation. There's a lot of emotion when it comes to this. That's why I'm saying anybody that wants to read through this with me, please do come on board tonight. It's a little emotional for me. Every time I try to read through it, I just start falling apart because, to be honest with you, there is so much going on in Haiti right now. There's another discussion that I was supposed to have tonight, guys. It was supposed to be about the arms being trafficked into Haiti right now. I want y'all to understand something. Haiti is for the most part, people are living off of $1 or $2 a day, right? How are $1 million worth of weapons getting into Haiti? Who do you think is supplying these weapons? And on top of that, bans are being placed onto Haiti. And these weapons are being put into people's hands that can't even afford to feed themselves, so they can kill each other. So that's a whole different topic. We're going to talk about that later. And I want y'all to understand something. This is something that we need to pay attention to. And this is something that is not just affecting Haiti, of course, because if you could see the same scenario going on in different places. But in Haiti's case, I want you guys to understand something. This has been something that's been happening since the Haitian Revolution, and it just goes on. And it's funny because I was triggered to turn towards Haiti, and I haven't really been paying attention to a lot of things like what's happening in Morocco. Not that I have a whole discussion scheduled for that, and I had to push it behind for a while because of certain things that keep escalating and things that keep coming up about Haiti, and I couldn't ignore it because I felt like such a hypocrite. And it's funny because I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I was sitting on these YouTube streets, and there was a person that I know that I was very close to at one point that returned to the continent, actually. And they had a discussion that came up, and the discussion indicated something about the slums in Haiti. And it kind of triggered me. And I don't know, maybe it's because I'm Haitian American. It triggered me to really think, I sit here every day and I talk about Africa and I talk about everything else that's going on. And I really try not to talk about Haiti too much because it's one of those things that it kind of like one of those sensitive things where, like, if you touch it, it's really sore. It's a sore thing for me because, to be honest with you, I don't. If I speak on it, I'm only gonna be speaking on it in a way where I'm gonna be angry at everyone. And I for a minute said I'm not going to speak, because if I'm going to speak, then I'm going to say what's on my mind. Then, me, I had to come on here and come speak about it because I have to speak about it. I'm angry at the Haitians on the on that island. I'm angry at the Haitians off the island. I'm angry at the continentals. I'm angry at the diasporans. I'm angry at everybody for what's happening in Haiti. But I'm not angry at us because of us that are here now. I'm angry at us because we forgot all that island has done for us, and those ancestors. And if not for these people that are on that island now, then for the memory, or for the people that gave birth to those people, and all that they did. And I said to myself, I'm not in those positions. I'm not suffering. I'm not on that island. I'm not. I have. I'm not in those positions. I shouldn't be. But then that's where everybody else is. Those of us that are benefited from all that those people went through, and all that they did, need to understand that there is a group of people that made a great sacrifice. Some folks might have said that they went to the devil with the sacrifice. Some people say that, and some folks may say that they made another type of sacrifice where they sacrificed, liberty or death. They did that kind of sacrifice. Whatever way you may have think that they have sacrificed, they figured that it was the only way that they could, move forward, as a race, as blacks throughout the world. And it's funny because at first, I was thinking, no, you're doing this because you're Haitian and you're looking out for your people, and I was really sensitive on that. And no, it's not about that at all. I love all my people, but in this case, I felt like I needed to do more research. I needed to get more understanding, and I needed to. Why did this situation bother me so much when this person pointed out what they pointed out about Haiti? And it was because it was wrong. It was because it was wrong on so many levels, because there are so many things that are being highlighted about Haiti that, you know, it's disrespectful in so many ways. And it's like having a parent, and just because, and I think I've used this analogy about Africa many times, just because Africa is not the strongest right now, and it's like you have a parent, and you're in school, and your other friends have parents that have A, B, or C, but your parent do not have A, B, or C. It doesn't mean that you don't honor, respect, and appreciate your parent because they don't have these things. They're still your parent. You're still supposed to honor and love and understand what your parent gave you. But in retrospect, for Haiti, in reference to what Haiti gave us is what we all have today. And I don't think there is and I don't feel like there is an appreciation. We are all screaming what everybody else owes us in reference to what other races owe us based on what they did to us, and what reparations are due to us. And it's funny because I as a Haitian, I come here and I talk to people, and I don't think you guys understand this. A lot of times, a lot of people may reach out to me, be it I'm deleting a lot of comments from people, be it Africans or African Americans, that may do not like my point of view, or do not appreciate the fact that I speak on certain things, and come off really disrespectful, calling me this or calling me that, saying you Haitians this or you Haitians that, and they come off really hateful. And in my heart, I'm thinking, you know, either you don't understand or you just don't get it, just like you're screaming justice, justice. Well, there is some justice due too. There's justice due to me, because as far as I'm concerned, um my forefathers took a great hit. And then I was like, okay, is this a sense of I'm sitting here asking people to give me something that I don't deserve? No, that's not true. And it's the thing, we don't honor each other. We don't give each other the respect that we need to give our people in the community. We don't appreciate ourselves in the way that we should. I was looking at something happened this week in Haiti. The place where Jean-Jacques Dessalines was born, um, it's in the north in Haiti. For the first time, and it just brought me to tears, because for the first time since this man had died, they finally put up a statue. I mean, this is now, there's two stories out there. There's one story that he came from Guinea, somewhere in Guinea in Africa. But some say that that's probably where his mother came from. Others say that if he himself wasn't born in Guinea, then he was born in this place called something River in North Haiti. Well, in that place, they finally this week, I believe last week actually, and I actually have a clip of that video, and where the whole town came out to honor this man by putting up a statue, um to honor all that he did on the island of Haiti. We're not talking about something small. This man did not do something small. And I wanted to reiterate this because, you see, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, after the Haitian Revolution, after he proclaimed all that he proclaimed throughout the world, and proclaiming that the Black race would no longer be a slave race, and he did this by proclaiming it first in Haiti. But by him proclaiming that, it triggered throughout the world, and it gave everyone else what they needed to make the necessary shift within themselves to do what they needed to do. And not only did he stop there, but he also assisted in a lot of ways. But that being said, that proclamation, from that throwing of one stone in the water, cause a ripple effect that have us here today. And that proclamation, one person, it's just one person's proclamation, have us in a position today that we were not 400 years ago. And so that person should be someone that it's funny because we all have certain people that we don't have people that we honor. I was saying we all should have certain people that we honor and that we look up, that we celebrate or we exonerate, and it should be, why not Dessalines? Dessalines did for us what we say Jesus did for us, or we say, some of us say Allah did for us. But we know Dessalines, we could put a finger, we could say, this man, we have records to show that this man did this. And for a very long time, this man's name was dirt. They made a villain out of him because of what he did. And so I'm really excited to have this discussion today. This is the longest intro, y'all, because I'm very twisted or confused on how to bring this across, because I don't want to come off saying, hey, you guys, you all hold Haiti some love and respect, but I'm serious. I think you do. I think you guys should reach back. Everybody should reach back and try to resonate with what's happening on that island, and really try to understand that there should be some love, even if it's not a physical love, but there should be when thoughts are going out or prayers are going out or something should, from you resonating towards that island, it should be in positive, because there was a lot of love coming from that place towards uh, all Black people at one point. And even till this day, there is still a fight for that freedom, to not let go of that freedom that was once fought for, even though that is slowly diminishing. I think these people are starting to lose faith and hope, and I'm really hoping that we can gather whatever is in us to try to hold on to that, because Haiti had it in them to do what they could not do in Africa, and that is amazing to me. And those Africans that landed on that little island mustered in them to do what they could not do themselves in Africa, which was to free themselves and to galvanize, to fight back, and to liberate themselves. And the words that are etched in the description of this video said, the Haitians, they dared to declare themselves free. How could we not, dare to do this moving forward on our own? And I think those are most powerful words, and I think this is what I want to bring to this discussion, because this is something that we battle with. This is something that we're going to need to do on our own. We're going to need to empower each other on our own. We're going to need to support each other in a big way, even if it means one island, one country, one group of people at a time. It's going to be important that we do so. It's going to be the most resolute thing that we can do as a people, because we're so good at breaking each other apart. And as far as being able to take things apart, we're good at that. Well, it's time that we start putting things together, because right now we're falling apart, and there are some great things happening, but because we're not we're not really looking for the good in each other. We're amplifying the negative. And because we are definitely the most powerful humans on this earth. Whatever we amplify, that is what becomes great. It's time that we start declaring some great things. And I think that I have something to share with you that I don't know if I should start with the negative or the positive. Let's start with this. I want to start with history, because I think that's where we need to do. We should always go back. I'm going to go back first before we do anything. I'm going to leave the reading. I'm hoping that I could get a strong reader on here, because I know I can't read through this by myself, because I'm just going to fall apart. But I'm going to do this. I'm going to go through the first clip I want to share is a little bit of history, because I don't know if I know we all know Dessalines. Everybody on this channel, because I've already introduced you to Jean-Jacques Dessalines. You should know who that is. Now, before I continue, if you know anybody that would probably be interested in some history, if you think anybody's going to want to join this discussion, please share the video on your social medias. Let's get some more folks up in here. Hit the like button so YouTube could be inspired to get some more folks up in here. What is it like? Hit the notification button so you can know when I upload a video. And what else? I'm supposed to sell myself more, they say. So yeah, do all that while I get this video ready for you guys. I think you're gonna like it. It gives you a little information on how Haiti have, or some of the ways, Haiti has touched brown and black people, not just brown and black people, but the world. And now it's important to, when you think about Haiti, and before you do that, if you're able to, if you are in a position to do that, I want you to type in Haiti in Google or another YouTube, another device, and I want you to look at the state of Haiti today. And then I want you to think, before we go into this, and then I want you to come with me on this journey. And then, half of you already know what the state of Haiti is right now today. But if you don't, and this is your first time even hearing about Haiti, which I doubt, um, let's go into a little bit of history so you could learn more about Jean-Jacques Dessalines, which is, you know, the man you see. Well, it's not him. I don't think it's him, but it should be a somewhat image of the man that you see in the video, the pin nail, whatever they call that, and the man basically that opened the door, the man that became the great sacrifice in so many ways. Um, let's begin.
The Haitian flag was adopted on May 18, 1803, on the last day of the Congress of Arcaye, under the supreme authority of Jean-Jacques Dessalines. A year after the Congress of Arcaye on January the 1st, 1804, in Gonaïves, Dessalines as Commander-in-Chief would address himself to the citizens of Haiti in a document now known as the Haitian Declaration of Independence. Under a banner headline, Liberté ou la mort, Independence or Death, he wrote, "It is not enough to have restrained those ever-evolving factions that one after another mocked the specter of liberty that France dangled before you." He ended his letter asking those who would be citizens of Haiti to swear, finally, to pursue forever the traitors and enemies of your independence. This short video seeks to catalog some of the history of those around the world who, inspired by the abolition movement sparked that day at the Congress of Arcaye, would follow the path they forged, and so often with the material assistance provided by Haitians, would win their own independence on the Jacobin principles of liberté, égalité, fraternité, betrayed by the French who first coined the phrase, but made real by the blood sacrifices of the Haitian people. It was his goddaughter, Catherine Flon, who stood the flag for the first black republic in the world. Prior to Catherine Flon, many women played decisive roles in the war of independence of Haiti. Africans everywhere must know about Cécile Fatima, Dédé Basile, Marie-Jeanne Lamartinière, Romaine la Prophétesse, and not limited to Victoria Abdaraya Toya Montou, a Dahomean freedom fighter in the army of Jean-Jacques Dessalines.
I want to stop right here because she is very interesting, and I don't want to go past this one. Dahomean, well, the lady from Benin, a Dahomean freedom fighter. And it's funny because they're about to have a movie out about the Dahomean fighters of Benin Kingdom. But this one was one in particular that was very interesting because, you know, when we talk about the Haitian Revolution, a lot of people aren't aware, and some of you maybe because I know you're in these YouTube streets and you may have heard the story of you know, Tati Toya. Tati Toya, they call her. Well, that's what Dessalines, Jean-Jacques Dessalines called her. Tati Toya was the woman that from the beginning raised him to be the man that he became. But, you know, I'm going to let someone that I truly respect and appreciate give you more insight on that, and then we'll come back to this elder.
We have Toya. This is a woman from Dahomey. She was an Amazon in the Dahomean army. You probably know Dahomey at the time had two armies, a male army and a female army, each with their own mission. So she is among the Amazon who was captured and brought into slavery. Amazons never stayed into slavery. They either kill themselves or kill the ones who bring slavery upon them. But they never remain on the plantation. So as the story goes for this woman, she said that she had decided after a few days on the plantation that she was going to get away from all this. And since she could not see, she didn't have any people who spoke her language, there was nobody to organize with, she decided death was the way out. So, after a while, she did manage to run and go into a forest to give herself death. but it couldn't be done any old kind of way. She had to get the right leaves and prepare certain things and do different ceremonies to she would go in the right manner. And so as she was looking for the leaves, she heard a woman crying in the bush. So she went to see. This woman was about to give birth to a child. She helped the woman deliver, and the woman died. Before she died, she asked Toya, please take care of my baby. So now Toya, who came here to die, has the responsibility to take care of some baby boy. And she doesn't want to be in slavery. How do you take care of a baby boy in this situation? So she decides to go back to the plantation with the baby. And that baby later on, you know who he is? Baby later on, you know who he is? But before she goes back, she says she takes the baby up to one night to the sky, raised the baby up in the sky, and said to this child, I will remain alive to help you grow up strong. But you must do for this land what I could not do for Dahomey. I could not keep Dahomey free, so you must keep this land free. And this is the woman who raised Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Taught him how to use a sword, taught him how to use a knife at first, later on when he was bigger, a sword. She said that often they were separated. He was sold into a different plantation, she was sold into another one, but very often life brought them back again, sold into the same plantation. But very often life brought them back again, sold into the same plantation. So she continued to have the opportunity to help raise them. And she later on had her own band, her own troop of warriors. She built her own troop during the Revolution time. And she was there for independence. And when she died in 1804, Dessalines was in the middle of some big meeting, and when they come to tell him that she was very sick. And he said, no, this woman raised me. Everything must stop, I must go to her. She gave me my first bath, I must give her her last bath. And Dessalines personally, Emperor Dessalines, bathed Toya her last bath.
So that's a little history from her regarding how Dessalines came into this world. Now, bear in mind, I'm just gonna go back to the other video. I want you to keep in mind. So Dessalines' mother and Toya, this woman that Dessalines started calling Auntie Toya. Basically, Toya went to the jungle to prepare poison. She was looking for some leaves to prepare poison because of Dahomean, either they fought, to the end, and she saw that she was in no position being taken into captivity to fight with what all that she was dealing with, being taken in. She couldn't fight by herself. Again, she was captured. She was with the Benin Kingdom. She was more than likely, a slave catcher herself. Captured, taken into the island of Haiti. Decided that she was going to go kill herself in the woods, looking for the herbs and probably preparing the ritual to do so, because I believe there's a ritual way to do so as a warrior. While she's looking for the herbs to do so, she hears a woman crying or, giving, and then she finds this woman giving birth and helps this woman, and the woman dies. While the woman is giving birth, she dies. But before the woman dies, she asks her to keep this baby. So now you have a child, this baby, you're about to, you're trying to leave this place, and now you're about to have to stay in captivity, and rear this child because you made a commitment. So this is how Auntie Toya became his aunt and raised him. And she specified, and it was interesting. And Haiti is a small island, but it was interesting that they were together, then they were sold, and then they could, sold again together. They, and this would happen a couple of times, but Providence would bring them back together a couple of times. But in Haiti, you could see that happening, where people would, sell you back and forth into different plantations for the if needs, what have you. So it's very interesting, how this story, goes in and out, and how we have this history of theirs, because the certain histories were kept. And because these slave masters, or these slave, God, I want to stop calling them that, these slave dealers, they kept records of these things. And so it was very interesting that we had that. Wendy, I want to welcome you. I am going to put the clip back on, but I just wanted to give you an opportunity to say welcome. Thank you for joining me. Tell me what you think so far before I put the clip on.
Yeah, thanks, Gina. And you know me, I like to chit chat, but today I'm gonna have a problem because I have to get out to the airport actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it's late here, but they're starting to do like late flights in Gambia, like 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the
oh,
really,
that's,
really good.
oh,
But
wow. Okay, so you're
yeah,
coming back this way?
I'm not coming back this way. No, I'm
Ah!
taking somebody else's way. I have not now, not. I won't say never, but not now. But I really I want to thank you for bringing up the history and everything of Haiti. I think Haiti is a really good example of kind of white supremacy on steroids,
Yeah,
and how people and how the countries that are what we call the quote unquote developed countries today, the Western world, the Atlantic world, whatever how you want to call it, um, what they will do and go through to oppress Black people, and what they will. And the thing about Haiti is, I think I might have said this on one of your things before. Well, I grew up in Brooklyn, so
oh yeah,
we
you
had
know
a lot
us,
of
you know as well.
yeah, yeah. There's a little Haiti now in Brooklyn too, but
Yeah,
yeah. So we had a lot of West Indians from all the different countries.
yeah, Brooklyn's
And
always been lit. Yeah.
yes, yes, you got everything. It was great. But the one thing that was always disturbing to me, even as I was growing up, was everybody had something to say about the Haitians. The
Yeah,
Haitians were the worst of this. The
yeah,
Haitians this. The Haitians were,
yeah,
you
we
know,
just dragged
most
it.
backward.
We
They
get
were this. They
dragged.
had terrible things to
Yeah,
say. And so it got to the point where it was all so bad that I began to wonder, even as a like young teen, it's like, what is it about Haiti that sets people off so bad?
yeah,
Because it can't deserve all this attention that it's getting.
yeah,
And I think that France right now, which like France is scrambling to maintain its presence in Africa, it
yeah.
scrambled to maintain its presence in Haiti, and it didn't give up after the war. It didn't give up after it lost.
It didn't. No.
They did that. That forever long, like $100 million debt or whatever it was that Haiti was required to pay in order to participate in like international. I think that was the
Yeah,
deal.
yeah,
But so, and even now, when we have, I mean, this is the thing that we really need to keep in mind. It is a conspiracy,
yeah,
y'all. It is not just, oh, the Haitians are this, it is a conspiracy. The
yeah,
United States is involved,
yeah.
France is involved, Canada is involved.
It's funny because I was talking to someone a couple of weeks ago, and they said, "Oh, you know, it's." They said it, and I kind of let them get away with it, and it bothered me after a while. They said it's everybody. It's this thing that people says that somebody's doing this to Haiti. It's not true. It is true,
It
and
is true.
it bothers me because um it's true. Even the fact that they only show Port-au-Prince, which happens to be not all of Haiti,
Right,
and
right,
they paint this color that Haiti is so unsafe and so
right,
terrible, and
right,
make people think that is truly Haiti.
right.
That is,
But Gina, they do the same thing with African Americans, right?
and that's
When
what I
you
was
come
about to
out,
say.
yeah,
And it's funny because you would think that if it's happening to you, you would understand that. But even
mhm,
though it's happening to African Americans still don't get it. When they say certain things about Haitians, because it hurts. And I'm gonna tell you something. It hurts me more. Like I say, it doesn't bother me what white people think of Haitians because we have our opinion about white people anyway. Period. Haitians are we are the last group of black people on this earth that don't understand white people. We get it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it bothers us though
Oh,
because
sorry.
we don't understand how they've turned black people against us. Because the all the hostility that we get from the world and all the bans and all the all of it comes from that one decision to no longer be enslaved and no longer take the disrespect and no longer
It was how dare you. It was
it was
that how dare you.
yeah
And
it
we
was
still
yeah.
see it to Haiti right now. And we see it in our own, we see it in America, we see it in Africa. You know, what happens to nationalist presidents who love their country, who want their country to succeed, who want to see their people be able to benefit from the resources of that country? What happens to them? They take them out, they put people like Ouattara, who is, you know, France's puppet, and it's a
Yes,
pitiful
yes.
shame. You
They
know,
they either find a way to humiliate you or find a
yes,
way to make it seem like you're corrupt or find a way to kill you.
yes,
It's either one
yes,
way or the other, just like what
yes,
happened to the Haitian president.
right,
First they were making it seem like he was corrupt. Well, that didn't work
right.
because he didn't bite like they wanted him to
Which
bite.
president are you talking about?
The one
Which
they just
one?
assassinated.
The one they just assassinated. Okay.
First they were
Because
trying
I
to
mean, remember they removed the other
corrupt
president who was democratically elected. Removed him. I mean, just picked him up and
Aristide.
moved
Yeah.
Aristide. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of a sudden now you can't stand Aristide. He's got the nerve to. I don't even know all the history, and that's the thing I wanted to say today. That's what I'm saying. That's my point with today is that we don't know the half of it that
Yeah.
goes on behind, and that's what we really need to understand.
Yeah.
So there are the people who work within the halls of these institutions that are dealing with Haiti, that are with the U.S. military, that are with the government, that are with the Haitian government, that are with NGOs that are tied to. They need to begin to speak up in some way or another, and they need to begin to let the world know what is truly going on, because the propaganda is strong and fierce, and it's an old play system that's been developed and used and is very effective to make black people hate other black people. I think there is
It
probably
works. And it works because I promise you, like, you have different islands that are saying, hey, we're not gonna work with Haiti, or hey, we're not, and it's just like, God, these people in Haiti still standing on a like, we don't want y'all here. We don't, and it's not gonna change until they just say, okay, we give up, you could take over. Like St. Croix and certain places just belong to, they just want Haiti to just say, hey, okay, you can have the island.
remember Grenada. I don't know if you remember that. Remember Grenada?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they got rid of, he had the nerve to say no, and like they brought the the United States, Britain, everybody came down on Grenada on that president because he was trying to do something for his people. And so that's the thing that we all need to understand. That I always say this: if you have a problem with your brother or sister, and you don't know your brother and sister, then you need to ask yourself where this problem came from. And understand that, if you arrive in the United States and you find that all African Americans are lazy, X, Y, Z, blah, 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 it's because you arrived with that idea and because you don't know African American. If you think Haitians are backward or whatever you think Haitians are, I don't see how you can say people who were the only successful revolutionaries. I mean, we had a lot of uprisings. This was a successful, look at Dessalines, look what he did. And to me, we owe all kinds of respect to Haiti, and not just respect, but I 100% agree with you, Gina. We owe support. If there is any place outside of the continent that we really need to be supporting, it is Haiti, because Haiti is our beacon outside of Africa. Haiti
feel
is the
like
only country that has said to say, we are going to be the place where Black people, you arrive, you will be free.
I feel like by not supporting Haiti, we're not telling the world that we appreciate our freedom. We're not backing them. They are showing us that they are not supporting Haiti because of what Haiti did. And we need to tell them, we need to show all brown and Black people need to stand up and say, well, we do. We appreciate them for what they did. Because what they did not just affect the Haitians or the island, on the people that were on the island. It ricocheted for all Black people, because the reason that the United States is so on edge about is the way it is about Haiti is because they were forced to make a decision. They were forced. They had no other options
Right.
but to do what they did, because Haiti was right there.
Right.
And Blacks in the United States knew that, and they were triggered to do whatever they needed to do to break free.
I think I heard this the other day, and I didn't know this, that the Stono Rebellion, you heard about that Stono Rebellion in South Carolina.
Yes,
where
I heard that. Mm-hmm.
What they did was they ended up stopping to have a party. You know how Black people, they stopped to have a party, and the white militia caught up with them, and that was the end of that.
That was it.
But the initial idea, from what I've just learned, like
What?
this week or last week, was to get to Haiti.
That was it.
They weren't just going to
The plan was
Florida. They were supposed to
Haiti.
be going to Haiti. Yes.
They
were
had
supposed to be going to
received
Haiti.
invitation from Haiti, and they were supposed to. They had already mapped. They had invitation. They were supposed to get to certain points, and they were going to get to Haiti. They stopped.
They stopped for a barbecue.
They stopped to have a couple of drinks.
That's what it was.
No, they did. They stopped to have a couple of drinks. Like,
that's what it was. They were drinking and
that?
partying and congratulating themselves on a job that wasn't even halfway done.
Oh
So,
man, we just killed the government. Woo, that's
which is why, Gina, we need to lift up Dessalines, and we need to lift up Louverture, but particularly Dessalines, because he picked it up where Louverture took it to where, and I think I heard Bello say this.
Dessalines took it to the next level.
Dessalines took it to the next level, and she said, I mean, I think I heard her say in another video a while ago that when you have that, Toussaint Louverture had his spirit. That, when people talk about Voodoo, they talk about the spirit, people's spirits, right? He had one, and he was able to go but so far. From what I've read and understood, he was too enamored with France. He was still busy trying to be part of that club.
He wanted so much to be a white man.
Yes, he did.
He wanted
Let's just
so
say
much.
it.
That's what everybody. She says it in a very nice way. Well, I'm not going to be nice about it. He wanted so much to be. Yeah. He didn't care if he died. He was not trying to be.
Showed him
a Frenchman
time and time again who they were and what they thought of him, and yet he continued to persevere. And this is a spirit that we need to understand, because this exists with us right now today, right?
Yeah.
So Dessalines had to come and pick it up where he left off, and Dessalines was able to say, he was like, okay, this is the way I see it. He's like, we got to take this to the max.
Between Dessalines and Toussaint Louverture is Dessalines was trained by a Black woman, a Dahomey warrior from the continent, and her words to him was, "I could not free us on the continent. You're gonna do what I could not do in Africa." So in Africa, she was fighting for freedom.
So this is another really important point.
Yeah.
It's like when we talk about our own liberation, we have to be talking about our own education. And right now, what happens outside of the continent and on the continent is we are following a curriculum that was designed to oppress us and keep us where we are.
Yeah.
Right. That is not a liberating, because it doesn't give us the true history of Dessalines. It doesn't give us the history of that.
Amplified Toussaint.
Yes.
They amplified Toussaint because Toussaint wanted to be them.
Yes.
They made him seem like he was
the good Negro.
Exactly. He was yes, because he did what he wanted him to do. But then you see Dessalines was smart. He was under him, but Dessalines was watching him. He was like, okay, the minute that this nigga slipped, he never tried. He knew he was gonna sell out.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
as soon as
yeah,
he did, he was ready. He had already had plans, and he already had a a list of what he
yeah,
needed to do. So they thought they was just gonna swoop in. He was like, nah.
yeah. But so it's when we have initiatives like that, we always get attacked. That's why we need to have a broader understanding. And I say broader, I mean just amongst ourselves, like a wider level of understanding amongst our community of what we need to do for our children. Because otherwise we're going to just raise them up and they're going to have the same discussion that we're having today. They're going to have it 20 years from now.
Yeah.
And we need to be prepared for all the pushback we're going to get. Haiti didn't realize how bad that pushback was going to be. And as soon as people thought they were finished, they were, crowning each other, emperor or whatever, doing all kinds of, I'm doing this and fighting for.
Dessalines got comfortable and he thought he was safe. Oh man, girl, this is going to be such a discussion.
These are our lessons, right?
He thought he was safe when he got rid of one enemy. He didn't realize that. And the funny thing, it goes into the other aspect of, he thought he was safe because he got rid of one enemy, but there was another set of enemies there, and that was the part that he needed to address.
And 200 years later, Haiti is still fighting those enemies.
The ones that, didn't seem like too much of an enemy. And that's the part.
200 years later, you're still fighting those ends. So is this a lesson for us? Do we need to really, really understand? And even as we have this movement to repatriate and build with our brothers and sisters, build Africa, make the Africa that we all want to see. We need to understand that this is what we're up against. That this people will come with these smiles and these, hugs, and what they really want to do is they want to do what they did to Haiti. They want to continue to do the same thing to the entire continent. So we and to end back home and in the States, it's the same thing. Do you know one person who gets out of line, they come down on them? Do you know that lady, the attorney general, the district attorney? I think she was either the district attorney or the attorney general, excuse me, in Baltimore. She had the nerve to charge the police who did the rough ride on Freddie Gray, and she has been catching hell ever since.
Of course.
She has been catching holy hell ever since.
Not only by them, but also by her own people.
Imagine that. Imagine that. There was a lady in the 1890s and beginning of the 20th century. What was her name? Mary Frances Berry is the one who wrote the book. My Face is Black is True is the book. My Face is Black is True. Callie House. Her name is Callie House. And she had the nerve to say, she didn't want reparations for everybody. She just said, look, all those people who were on those plantations, including her father, put all that work in. After the war, we supposedly have this freedom. But now the people who declared war on the government are getting pensions, but my dad, who put in all that work, he's not getting a pension. So she started to petition the government to get former enslaved people who were still alive pensions so that they could live. They ended up doing what they did to Marcus Garvey, tax evade, tax problems. Why? Because she continued to petition. She said the Constitution says I can petition. She petitioned. Black people were sending her money hand over fist to do what she was doing. She also had like a mutual thing where she said, let's put our little money together so if somebody dies or somebody gets sick or somebody has a fire, we can help them, right? She was doing that with that money. The government said, you are committing fraud because you're asking for money to petition the government and you know damn well we're never going to grant that petition. So this is the equivalent of fraud. They put her in prison. They imprisoned her for that. We need to understand the spirit that we're working with, right? And think about how many political prisons there are still in the United States. How many people get exonerated criminally, not even just political prisoners, but just you got picked up to kind of keep you in your place and you spend decades in prison for something you never did.
The system
This
is
is
so
rough. This is rough, y'all. This is if people like to think that the United States is all nice and comfortable and everything, but we need to understand that the things that are going on that are working against us. Since I've been here, let me tell you, my whole spirit, I'm beginning to drain. I believe I'm allergic to America anyway. I,
oh my.
I think I'm allergic.
Well, so since we've been to the continent, and there's so much talk, especially in light of what happened. Shout out to the arrival in the Gambia. What has it been like for you? Do you feel safe? Do you feel like,
I do, but you hear my dog, right?
yeah,
You hear my
that's a
dog?
big, that's a
So
big dog.
just a sec.
That's a big dog. Yeah.
This dog right here. Sorry.
I guess what she's saying is that
This dog is one of the reasons why I made such an effort was because I do love my dogs, but also I had seen some of the stuff that other people were talking about, and I
right.
had seen like some. So my journey to get here was a long journey, and I took information wherever I could get it and incorporated it into what I needed to do. And
Right.
this was one of the things that I thought I needed to do was bring my dogs. Not that there aren't dogs here, but I knew my dogs,
I know that's right. They don't sound like they the average dogs.
my
Yes.
dogs are a little bit bigger. So, I was like, I'm gonna bring my dogs in. And we don't come here with $1 million, and we're not ostentatious. But I do think, frankly, that there is a spirit that we need. I keep talking about spirits, but with what happened to the arrival, it really, to me, the level of that level
I want to
is
talk to you really.
wrong.
I want to talk to you in really totality about that. Do you want to come talk to us about that? Because I really want you to like give us like a full view of what your opinion is. Maybe on Friday. Do you think you'll have time?
Maybe.
Because that's
But I will say
that's a
this. I
big
will start by
discussion.
saying this, Gina. I lived in the Congo for 3 years. I got robbed 3 times.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, I lived in Burkina for 3 years. I did not get robbed, but we had a 24-hour person guarding the house.
Wow.
So this is a problem because people think that when people arrive, they're rich and that they have things. And the issue that I have is that other people, and I understand that people want what they see other people with, right? But to want it to the point where you're doing the kinds of things that the people do, people go in and they like seem to ransack people's homes
Yeah.
purposely, to be disrespectful like that, to show I'm angry with you or I'm resentful. That ransacking really hits me, you
And
know.
that's really why I want to talk about it because there seems to be different levels to it. Um, I don't know. Make time for me. Let me know when it's going to be good for you. Whenever it's
Yeah,
good
I'll,
for you.
I'll send you an email or something
Yeah,
because
let
we
me
can
know
have
when
that.
it's good for you, so that way we could make a whole discussion of it because it infuriates. I have to tell you something. There's a lot of things, and I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be as
Mhm.
honest as I can be about the whole thing, because to be honest with you, I feel like I don't think it's just about stealing anymore. And I'll talk more on it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. I think
I don't want to take
it's
too
like
much
an
time on it
expression
today.
of resentment.
Exactly. So I'll talk more on it because I
Yeah.
don't want to get.
But I will also say that I have heard from everybody, and I just heard about somebody who is a friend in Sierra Leone, and they are Sierra Leoneans, and they have always been Sierra. I mean, they have never lived any place but Sierra Leone, and they got robbed in Sierra Leone. And Gambians have said time and again, it is not just like repats; it's us too. When we come home from living abroad, we are targeted as well. So it's not just and the last thing I'll say about this is I had some property that I was trying to develop and it got robbed a couple times. We built a house and we had stuff stolen out of that when we were building it. People come in and they take the copper wires and stuff. So it doesn't just happen in Africa, and it doesn't just happen in Africa to us. It's a greater issue that Africa needs to be addressing.
Yeah.
generally, you know. So and that's just the way I feel about it. But yeah, it is a shame. It is a real shame. But we can have a discussion about like security concerns and things like that,
Yeah.
and strategies, or just have people maybe who've been through this kind of talk because like I said, I've been robbed number in the States. I've had people break in. I've had you know abroad. I've had people break in, and it's never a good feeling. It's never a good feeling.
Yeah. But going through walls, okay. I don't want to talk about it no more.
You're right.
That's
You're
just a
right.
whole different
You're,
thing.
you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's second. That's a new level of something.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, so getting back to Haiti, because I am gonna have to pop off in a minute. I
Yeah.
really think that we just need to. Thank you for bringing more information. Please just make it your business to bring us information, Gina. We
I
need
am.
that information. Yep.
I'm trying to spend more time into because to be honest with you, I feel like I dropped the ball because I feel like Haiti is all of our responsibilities. I promise you. I don't even feel like it's just like black people anymore because there were so many other people that they helped. To be honest with you, but I feel like it's just especially us, especially black people, especially the diaspora, especially those of us that were taken across the oceans. Um,
Yeah.
we
To Haiti. Mm-hmm.
we we owe it to those people that made that great sacrifice. Be it that we think it was evil or not evil, there was a sacrifice made. There was an oath made for us, and I think that with all that is happening in Haiti, I think it's time for us to look back
Mm-hmm.
and
Do you think also one of the problems that I have, Gina, is coordination, just like practical coordination of how people who are not in Haiti support Haiti or support countries like Gambia, because it seems like they're just so, and Congo, Lord knows. Um, but there are so many people who want to do something, and there are so many different organizations. We don't know who to go to. We don't know who to trust. We don't know, and it's not like there's a central coordination that's got priorities and so on. And I kind of think that maybe we need to be doing that
I
because
think
this,
that's a good
this
idea. I think that's a
yeah,
good
I mean, it's
idea.
like
I think that we
after
do.
the uh, earthquake in Haiti, I was looking. I kept like every day. I'm hearing about some other organization that's taking donations,
Right.
and I'm like, you don't. Who do you trust? These
And that's
folks.
the part.
Everybody sounds
That's the part.
consistent.
I'm just like you on that because I'm one of those kind of people. Like, if I know somebody, like I know a couple of people that do different things, and I'll give like if they're talking about something that they're doing, I'll like, hey, here's 100, and I'll send money. But I do not like to look online and see organizations and just send money because I don't trust companies like that. Because you
Right.
hear too many things, and I agree with you 100%.
Right. I agree. I agree 100% with that. But I really think Haiti is still one of our best chances because I just think that their history, I think there's still enough spirit of revolution in Haiti, in the Haitian people, that they can pick it up and keep going. And
I
that
think
we
that
can,
I think that they definitely I think they're waiting on us to
they need help. Well, Lord knows that they deserve
they're
help. I
waiting
mean,
on us to believe in them. They're waiting on us to yeah,
yeah.
yeah, because yeah, I truly believe that. And
And that's something else that we just need to be doing generally. Like one of the things that so my niece was here visiting for almost a month. She's the one who's leaving tonight to go return to the States. And we were someplace last week, and we went in, and the people. Well, my niece, she's really a very beautiful young girl, so people, men in particular react. But there was this young man. He's one thing he kept saying was, and this is something that you hear a lot here in Gambia: "You are welcome. You are welcome. You are welcome." When we left that place, I said, the thing about Gambia is that when people say that, they're sincere. They sound sincere. you take that sincerely. When they say you are welcome, you believe that they are welcoming us. I said, and I said, we don't do that in the United States, do we? And she started laughing. She said, no. She says, as a matter of fact, Americans say, when are you leaving? You know, go home, turn around and go home.
How long are you gonna be here?
Yeah, how long? Right. That's the first thing they say. How long are you gonna be here? You know. So that you are welcome means the world to me, and I think to other people, and it really does encourage us to try to work together, despite all the stuff that we have to deal with. Because Lord knows there's problems everywhere you go, and there are worse problems, you know. Because you notice that even like the arrival, they're like, we're not leaving the continent. We're not going back to that place.
And that's refreshing. I'm happy that they're not. It really bothers me that they are leaving Gambia. I guess it's because I feel like it's like if for me it feels like, and I didn't really want to talk about. I'm not going to talk about it tonight. I'm not. I'm going to talk about it when we talk.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are lessons.
I'm gonna talk about the Haitian declaration today. Get back on the Haiti tonight, because I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, because that's a lot of talk. That's a lot of talk. So,
I mean, and however they need to do it, they need to maybe begin to invite people to come to Haiti, because I've always wanted to go to Haiti. And then I get discouraged because people are like, oh, don't, because it's not safe. It's not safe. Here's that thing, the same thing they say about Africa all the time. Oh, it's not safe. Don't go.
And that's another thing that you're right. You know, when you get images like this.
Protesters have blocked the roads of Port-au-Prince to express their anger. They came out onto the streets of the Haitian capital on Wednesday. Many are enraged by the steep price rises and severe fuel shortages.
Each time they want to raise fuel prices, they claim there's a shortage. It's not true. There's some available. It's not necessary to make people suffer.
Our situation is very critical because we're dealing with hardship, hunger, and our children can no longer go to school. The government is useless. We are calling for them to go. They must go.
Long queues still stretch out in front of petrol stations, but most remain closed. The shortages have increased.
So what they're doing is they're not giving gas to these people. They're basically, I don't know what's happening, but it seems like with certain places like Haiti, and Haiti's not too far from America, right?
Right.
Haiti shouldn't have a problem getting gas.
Is Venezuela still giving Haiti gas?
Yeah. They're not letting certain places get gas. They're telling certain people not to give certain places gas. And that's the other aspect of it. It's certain people are being told not to do certain things for certain people.
And certain people do it.
Exactly.
Instead of doing the right thing, they do.
Exactly. And you know, when I say certain people, we're talking about the United States. So in this case, they're being rationed. Haiti's always being rationed. And so how can they work? How can they keep life going? So it's like there's a consistent what's consistent in Haiti is that they're always being banned, they're always being rationed. Now, I'm going to be talking this week about how they're not bringing gas into the country, but guess what they're bringing? $1 billion worth of guns, armory, weapons are being smuggled into the country to give to poor people so they could kill each other. That was 2 days ago. They just bought shiploads, and nobody know. Guess where it was going to be delivered to? A church, Catholic church.
A few days ago.
That being said, where do you think this ammo was coming? I mean, machine guns. Where do you think it was coming from? The United States. To the Catholic Church.
And see, the thing is that Americans don't understand that there are U.S. strategic interests in Haiti. They just don't get it. It's like somebody said to me, "Oh, France gives so much more to Africa than it gets from Africa," and I literally almost fell out my seat laughing because I was like, "You are so ignorant.
But
You
let
are
me finish.
completely ignorant.
I
And it's
want
the same thing with Haiti. Americans don't think, why would the United States do what we're trying to do is be charitable to Haiti. This is not charity.
But this
This
is
is
what this is the illusion. I don't want to get off of this because you see, when you see this was this week in Haiti.
Increased in the past
So
week
this
due
is
to clash with
this
Haiti.
is the news they're
Operation
putting out. This
Soleil.
is Haiti. They're showing
Neither the
you
police
this,
nor
and
ambulances
they're
have been
like,
able to
okay.
intervene,
So
leaving
when you see
thousands of
this, you're
families
like,
struggling.
okay, lots of anxiety. Things are so bad. I don't want to go to Haiti, right? And so this is what they're showing you. Why would you want to go to Haiti? But then if you type in Haiti, that's the kind of news, that's the kind of media you're seeing. It's so negative, it's so ugly. But then this week, just this month, this young lady, if you type in Haiti vlog, it's something different. If you type in Haiti, you're getting nothing but negative news. And these are like the major news media. But if you type in Haiti vlog, this is an African American. This is her YouTube channel, y'all. She just out of nowhere went to Haiti. She let me put in her name just in case you guys want to subscribe to her channel. Please support her because she's growing her channel. But this is her channel. And I want you guys to witness all that she said. This was just this month, y'all. This is just this month, her going into Haiti.
You see that? You see that? Well, that's, that's taking the narrative back. Good for her.
Listen to her.
Welcome. If you've seen the title of this video, I am actually visiting Haiti. I've never been before, so I'm really excited to go. And the thing about me, the kind of person that I am, is I do not generalize. So if somebody said something bad about a specific country, I am going to do my own research, and I'm not just going to think the whole country is bad. That's just me. Online, it gave like a warning, but it was a travel advisory, and it said do not travel to Haiti. When they put that, they're discouraging people from actually traveling to a place that it's not bad all around. It's not, the whole country is not bad. They may just be talking about a certain area or a certain city. There's bad places, bad areas in the United States. There's bad everywhere. So I do not like to generalize people, places, countries, anywhere, because no place is perfect. I actually leave today, and this is so last minute, but I saw some swimsuit bottoms, cover-up bottoms online, and I called to make sure that they have them in the store, and it looks like they do. So I'm gonna go in and grab those. But like I was saying,
All right, so on my way to the airport.
you can see through this video, but her husband is right next to her. I don't know why she didn't grab onto him, but that doesn't matter.
It's so funny. She's in the airport with this lady. This Haitian lady's grabbing her hand for dear life. She's like, I don't want to tell her to stop, so I'm just gonna let her keep holding me.
But I just let her continue to latch onto my thigh because it seemed to kind of calm her down a little bit. This woman actually started praying during the turbulence, and I felt so bad for her. I tried to comfort her the best that I could, but at the end of the day, I just wanted to say, let's just continue to spread kindness to one another and understanding and compassion, because you never know what anyone is going through. So I just wanted to share that. This was literally the most packed and smallest baggage claim area I have ever seen or stepped foot in. We stayed at the beautiful Satama Hotel, and when I tell you it was such a relaxing and beautiful experience, it literally was, because we had such an amazing view to Cap Haitian. I would definitely stay here again.
Haiti. That's the Haiti they don't show you.
Please.
So when they show you the other thing, they make it seem like if you get off the airplane, you're just gonna get burnt, shot, everything. These tires, they waiting for you.
I hate to say it, but that's true.
And she's not at a resort.
It's lovely.
You see those mountains? Welcome to Haiti.
Beautiful.
This was our arrival day, our very first day in Cap Haitian. So honestly, we did not do much, but we did eat a lot.
All right, I'm gonna pass it a little bit. You can see what else she did. Looks like she went to the beach. And these little boats are so much fun, guys. You just go on them, and these are the same kind of boats they would have had back in the day. Went boating. Look at all these people getting shot up in Haiti. You see that? What do you see there? White people all over the place. Why are they in Haiti? Why
We
are
are
you worried
on
about all the bullets
this
and the
beautiful
tires and the
island.
fire?
It's
see that?
literally so pretty.
You see that water?
Look at the water, so clear,
Oh my God.
so beautiful.
That's Haiti, y'all. This is a part of Haiti they never show you on the news. I promise you, if you type in Haiti, you will not see anything like this. And this is what they don't show you. Right here, where she's at right now, it's in Cap Haitian. It's like 8 hours away from the capital. The only part of Haiti that is not safe is the capital, and that's 8 hours away from most cities.
And the cruise ships actually come here.
Actually, Gina, when you think about it, if you were in like the greater New York City area, you were closer to the Buffalo shooting incident if you were in New York City
how pretty and
than
blue the
she
water
was
is.
to any problems in Cape Haitian.
Yeah, because I actually live a little further up. Like I live like 10 hours away. My people are from 10 hours away from Port-au-Prince, so she's a little closer.
This is a side of Haiti that they do not show you.
You see that sand? You see how clean it is? Do you notice how clean it is? Do you see how beautiful that ocean is? Nobody says that. Nobody shows us anything like this.
So here you go. Here's one way to support.
Yes, you guys, please.
And all these people who are going over to the DR.
I know what you're thinking.
Treat it like, you know.
Why is this girl so extra? I don't know.
Why am I so extra?
I don't have the answer.
She's having this time. I'm so proud of her. An African American sister gets on the plane and go to Haiti by herself. Yes.
Paving the way for the rest of us.
Yes. I'm about to tell everybody, go to Haiti.
I am
going.
in love with Haiti.
I don't know when, but I'm going.
Just last month. You imagine? That water. I promise you one thing, guys. I will go to Haiti before I go to Africa. I have to go to Haiti first. I just have to. Because nobody's showing Haiti any love right now, and I'm really starting to get upset. Not even Africa. They declined Haiti for a second time. They don't want Haiti to have any security because what they want is for the Haitians to get all those guns and ammunition and just kill each other off. And they could just go to Haiti and just, lay in those beautiful beaches. That's not it. Let's fast forward a little bit. Oh my God. See that fish? Oh.
Yeah, Haitian food is reason enough to go.
I was waiting for her to show her plate.
That black rice. Oh Lord. Look at that black
Water. Look at that water. Look at that. Yes. Put some respect on that on Haitian on Haiti. All they show is fingerprints. And it's not even all of the fingerprints. Because half of fingerprints is beautiful. This is the nightlife, y'all. Hey. This is only one city. There's so many beautiful places. It's not somewhere
Day
you can go
3,
and enjoy
we
yourself.
did a historic tour up to the Citadel, as well as the Sanssouci Palace ruins. And I know this does not sound like a lot, but with the miles to actually reach the top of the Citadel and come back down, as well as walk through the palace ruins and the heat, it did take a couple of hours, which I personally did not mind, as I love learning about the history of different places when I travel.
Look at that. Do you know how old those stones are? Hundreds of years old. Those stones that they are walking was there since King Christophe Colomb. Over 200 years, y'all.
This was my very first time riding a horse, and as you can see, we are going up a steep hill. We are going up to the Citadel, which was, I believe, 2 miles going up.
So if you go to Haiti, this will be one of the experiences that you have to have. You have to go see the Citadel. This is the fort, one of the biggest forts in the world. And matter of fact, it is the biggest fort in the world, and you have to see it because it was built by Africans. It was built by Haitians, and it's amazing.
We paid to go round trip, but after we got all the way at the top, we all decided that we would like to just walk down to give our horses a break. We just felt bad, honestly, because they were doing a lot of work.
I just love this sister. I just love her channel.
Someone spoke to their guides, and
So let's fast forward because it's like she's going to be talking about the guide and what they spoke about. As you can see, there's lots of people visiting. People go to Haiti. You see all these cannons? These Haitians were not playing. Do you see this? They was ready. They were not playing. Yeah, these cannonballs are like hundreds and hundreds of years old. These were, some of these, they were ready to fight whoever, whenever, however. Haitians were not playing. And this is why we need to support Haiti. This is why we need to understand this fight that was happening wasn't just about Haiti. It was the fight was about us all, because they were fighting for this right here, this melanin, for this respect, for the respect to be given to all melanated people, because it was that wasn't respected. It was that wasn't appreciated throughout the world. And I don't know if you guys remember that old quote from old what's his name, that little midget, what's his name, when he said, my decision to destroy the authority of the blacks in Saint-Domingue, which is Haiti, is not so much based on consideration of commerce and money, although Haiti was making more money for France or any other place in this world at that time, as on the need to block forever the march of blacks in the world. He didn't say blacks on that island. He said blacks in the world. And by not defeating Haiti, he could not block forever the march of blacks in the world. That's what Haiti did. That view from the citadel, oh my God.
At the time of King Elgisof,
did you imagine? These are the Haitians. When they talk about these people, when they make fun of Haitians and they make fun of, they talk only or make others like they're nothing, or they think on these islands are just a bunch of, this is what they're capable of. This is the people that they're belittling, that they're making into nothing. And the reason they're making them into nothing is because they're capable of this. And they're capable of so much more.
And the technology they used to build that, I mean, they didn't have is it true they didn't have mortar like the way we have now?
They were metal workers from Africa. They were the best of them. And this goes to show you how the best of all of the best metal workers were taken from the continent, all of the best woodworkers, and they were bought to Saint-Domingue, because Saint-Domingue was the first place the slaves were taken. Well, they were taken to Bahamas to be bred, and then they were taken to Saint-Domingue because that was where all of the diamonds and all the gold was. That's where they were. That was the money maker. So basically, that's where all of the skilled Africans were taken. You see that? You see all of that? Those doors are like hundreds of years old. Those walls, all of it, hundreds of years old.
He's right.
Happy Sunday. Come on here, man. I need you, someone somewhere to come on, because we're going to be reading the Haitian Declaration, and I need a man to speak on it. I'm just going to fall apart crying, because I can't walk through this declaration without falling apart. So one of y'all, both of y'all, someone here, I'm going to put the link out. And I'm
going to have to pop off now, but a shout out to Haiti from me.
Love you so much, Wendy, and I'm so happy to
hold my spot because I'm coming to visit.
You gotta come to Haiti. Matter of fact,
I am
everybody. I think you all should try to get some land in Haiti too, man. I think you should. I think we need to I think we need to do what we need to do to establish in Haiti as well, and force that connection in that island. Force that reconnection ability in the island, like somehow. I think it's something that a lot of diasporans need to talk about, and I'm going to push that for real. It's a beautiful place, and it's always green. You know how Gambia has dry season, wet season, it's always green. Always. It's beautiful. Love you, sis. The link is out. Anybody that wants to join me, But I wanted to show you this experience. This African American sister went to the island and took her chance to go there, even though she heard that it was not a good place to go. And this was her experience. Beautiful. It's not like what you see when you type in Haiti in Google and all you get is bad news. It's a beautiful place. There's many beautiful places. It's not just one city. It's many places that are beautiful in Haiti. And the experiences go on and on. I mean, I have so many cities that you can go to in Haiti and really you're just gonna be like, wow, the water is clean. I mean, you can see the bottom of the ocean. It's blue. The sand is clean. The food, the people, just a beautiful experience. But they show you one section where they show you a small portion of what Haiti is, and not really. Oh my God, look at this. Yes, look at that. Amazing. They don't even give you a good idea of how much the island have to offer. And I think it's time that we try to find out as much as we can about and what Haiti has to offer, because we can't just go based on what they're telling us. Trust me, we used to hear that term a lot, fake news. Trust me, they're telling us what they want us to know. They're feeding us a particular news about ourselves. Just like when you talk about African Americans, when you think about African Americans, all they would talk about is certain things, or they would put out certain negative energy. But then when you get to know, if you know these people, you know how much beauty and how much culture and how much love they have for each other, and how that's the same thing. It's just that they always push out the negativity, just like, Africans. This is the same thing that's going on with Haiti. Please get to know Haiti yourself, get to know the people yourself, get to know the island yourself. It's your responsibility to do so. And I want us to go into, I'm really here for the long haul today. I'm going to try to really spend some time tonight. I don't get on here quite often. And when I do, it seems like I'm on here for hours. I do want to spend some time to really get to in here and talk about the Dessalines, because that's what we're here for. We're going to talk about the declaration, what he declared on this earth, what he declared, not just on this earth, but to the universe, because the declaration was made and the oath was made to the universe. And it's important that we understand that this declaration was made not just for the Haitians on that island, but the declaration was made for all Black people throughout the world, all Black and brown people throughout the world. So that being said, I think it's a responsibility of all Black people throughout the world to understand their responsibility towards Haiti. Haiti has been, I think, betrayed, has been abandoned, not just by the Haitians from that island, but by all brown and Black people. And there needs to be a reparation. There needs to be a recompense. We need to turn around and realize that there needs to be a responsibility. There needs to be some type of, I think we all need to go home and see and witness her and realize her. We've abandoned this woman that I would call Haiti a woman. We've abandoned this woman that offered us peace and freedom. This space that gave us the room to do all that we did. What happened on that island was not a small thing, and the universe witnessed it. It's time for us to really take notice of that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to continue with the clip that we were seeing. This was amazing, right? You're looking at, she's driving through the little town right now that she's in. Again, this is Cap Haitian. As you can see, it's not like what they show. I mean, what is that one clip when they were showing that they were burning the tires? It's just like any other. If you've been to Africa or Jamaica or something like that, you'll probably say, okay, it could probably look a little better than some of the places that you've seen, maybe in certain islands or maybe in certain places in Africa. Haiti is a very beautiful, beautiful island, and it's always green. Like I said before, in certain places like the Gambia, you have your dry season and you have your wet seasons, and when it's dry season, things get very dry. In the island of Haiti, it's always green. I mean, you see all this greenery, you see all this, the mountains, you see, it's always like that. So it's a beautiful place. It's easy to fall in love with. And that's why they keep so much turmoil, because you could really flourish in a place like this. You can actually, I mean, you can thrive in a place like this. And that's why so much, they put so much issue into, keeping. And I guess you know what you're looking at here. It looks like this would be the voodoo. She's taking a voodoo tour of Boakai, the Haitian when they did that voodoo ceremony at Boakai, which is really interesting. So you get to do that too. If you go to Haiti, they walk you through and talk to you about what the thing was. I love the fact that this African American sister took the trip, and she's like going in all in. She's taking in the whole thing, which is wonderful. So that being said, that's her channel, Ohima Nay. If you want to watch the whole video, because I kind of fast forward through a couple of things, you could definitely do so. She's going through a couple of gift shops, riding through the town. I'm fast forwarding.
Like that online, when they say do not travel to Haiti, again, they're talking about the country as a whole. And I personally do not agree with that, because I just went to that country and I had a great time, no issues. I felt safe. I know the situation in Port-au-Prince, which is Haiti's capital. I know that situation is different. I believe Port-au-Prince is about 6 or so hours from Cap Haitian, where we were.
I thought it was 8.
So basically, we were so far away from each other anyways. Again, do your own research, but do not trust everything that you read on the internet. Do not trust everything that you...
She's awesome. Okay, so going back to what we were talking about, guys, we were here to talk about, and you know how my discussions go. I'm here to talk about one thing, but we get into other things. I want to thank you again for coming through for me, Wendy. That was awesome. We will be talking about what we said we would be talking about later, that discussion on what happened to the Arrival. Shout out to you, Arrival. But going back to our discussion, I'm going to get back to the little bit of history of, Jacques Dessalines, about the history of how Help Haiti have basically galvanized, the whole situation with the whole world in so many ways, in reference to declaring itself free. Let's continue with our elder.
And she's the one who also groomed Dessalines in all warfare tactics.
Well, for those of you that are just coming in, I stopped at, and she's the one. He stopped at, and she's the one. He was talking about, at this point, we stopped. He was speaking. He had just talked about Jacques Dessalines, the woman that reared him because his mother died. I'm going to back up just a little bit so you could get an understanding. Right there, Tantoya. So right there, he stopped at Victoria. He's talking about Victoria Tantoya, which was the woman that basically raised him. So let's start again.
A Dahomey freedom fighter in the army of Jean-Jacques Dessalines. And she's the one who also groomed Dessalines in all warfare tactics. Haiti's founding fathers, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, met his wife on the battlefield. Claire, heureuse, félicité, bonheur Dessalines was in the trenches caring for soldiers from both sides of the conflict. That was over 2 decades before the birth of Florence Nightingale. In the spirit of liberation and elevation of humanity, Jean-Jacques Dessalines declared before the universe the Declaration of Freedom of all Africans. The Polish mercenaries were brought over by France to kill the Africans, but instead fought alongside them. They understood and adhered to the right cause. The Poles were declared citizens of the first Black Republic, full status as Haitians. In 1983, Paul Jean Paul II visited Haiti. He mentioned how the Polish contributed to the African rebellion.
Now that is something that I want to further research, guys. The Polish. That was interesting. It is something that I've heard before, that they were on the ships with France coming to fight the Africans on the island of Haiti. And when they got closer to the island, they decided to jump and sides and decide to fight along the sides of the Haitians or the Africans on that island that are now the Haitians, for whatever reason. And I think it was because they knew that once they fought, even if they had won, which they probably knew they would not, even if they had won, that they would in turn become, indentured servants to the French themselves. So they probably felt like, what's the use? So
leading to Haiti's independence. During the Revolutionary War, America and France united against the British when the British occupied Savannah, Georgia in 1779. The Allied America and France launched an attack to take the city back. Stories of the contribution of the Haitian soldiers to America's independence isn't encountered very frequently in history books, but that doesn't make it any less significant. The unit of Haitian soldiers who fought in the American Revolution was Les Chasseurs Volontaires de Saint-Domingue, serving under Charles-Henri d'Estaing, and was the largest unit of soldiers of African descent. All the members of the free men who volunteered to fight the British. Haitian Memorial Monument is there in Savannah.
And some of you may have heard that already. I believe there were 500 Haitians that came from Haiti to fight during the British, to help the Americans fight the British during their war with Britain to win their freedom. And it's something that is funny because, a lot of times when I think about, the Haitian immigrant situation, when Haitians are trying to come to America, I think a lot about that because you see, it's funny how when Ukraine wanted to come here, or they let the Afghanistans here with no problems. But when it comes to Haitians, when it comes to the Black nation of Haiti, they give us such hell about coming to America. But Haiti is really one of the only nations outside of America that really ever came to help fight on this ground for America. And it's really strange to me. And it shows you that, the value of what you call that allies. You know how when you go, we always have discussions on this channel about allyhood. Well, Haiti's been allies, has been a strong ally to America, and not just in this way, but when you think about Louisiana, the Louisiana Purchase, if it was not for what Haiti did to France or the fight with France, there would be the whole Louisiana. We're not just talking about the state of Louisiana. We're talking about that whole territory, which happens to be, I believe, more than 5 states now in America. There would have been no purchase of that, So Haiti should be an ally to the United States. There should be a connection where where Haitians shouldn't be treated like, they are being treated as far as being considered the least of immigrants, the ones that, what did George, what's his name? Not George, the other one, Trump. He said shithole countries. And the reason that Haiti is a shithole country is because they are targeted by the United States, this ally. And it's strange to me that they still have this, that this statue or memorial is in Savannah. It's just the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy.
As a recognition of their role. According to Dr. Philippe Tucker, Black Haitians in the early 1800s supported Mexico in the war against Spanish slavery in Texas, but historians have traditionally ignored this. According to Tucker, the revolution in Haiti between 1791 and 1804 signaled the triumph of freedom against slaves owners not only in Haiti, but in the Americas as a whole. Spanish slavery was coming down in Central and South America as a result of the brave fight by black Haitian rebels under the leadership of black generals like Toussaint Louverture. The interesting point for Mexico and the United States at that time was that it created panic among slave owners in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and other slaveholding states. It also sent a message to Spain that slavery was on its way out if Mexican revolutionaries had their way.
And this is an example of an idiot. This FBA lineage matter says we paid them back through you being here. And FBA means you're a fundamental black asshole. Because to be honest with you, you are considering yourself, I was talking to Europeans, not you, black man. You see, black man, I consider you a brother. I know you don't consider me a brother or a sister, but you see, what Haiti did, they did for all black people. It kills me that you call yourself a we paid them back, because when Haiti was fighting that war with America, with Britain, you couldn't have paid me back because your people were slaves in this country. And that's the part, that's me being honest. That's just me being honest. You see, while we as blacks came, 500 of us, armed, and were able to fight Britain for the cause of America, you are not free in this country. And that's the part that you need to resonate with. Federation, Black America, lineage marriage. Ah, my God, you people need help. Some of you just need help. I'm just being honest. You just need help. And this is the part when I'm saying that Haiti does not get the respect or appreciation. It doesn't matter to me what a white person feel about Haiti, because to be honest with you, Haiti is really, we already understand how white people feel about us. The part that bothers me is the fact that black people, this man that don't understand history, you could not pay me back for something that you yourself wasn't free from. How could you pay me back when you yourself was not even able to fight for something that at that point you were not a free person? My ancestors were able to come here at that point and fight for something you could not fight yourself. And that's the part you don't get. We were able to fight for something you could not fight for at that time yourself. And that's the part that sickens me, is the fact that you don't even understand the history behind Haiti and America and what Haiti did for people like you. You don't understand that, and you don't get that. No, you don't get it. Because if you said you weren't born, but you were able to fight for me. But you said we. Were you born? Okay. You see, that's the part. Now you're playing semantics. You're putting, oh, Gina, you weren't born. Oh, but we were born, right? But you were, but up here, we. You said we. You said we. So now you're playing stupid. You're a fucking idiot. And that's exactly what I think. And you know what? I'm sorry that you were born with melanin in your skin, because people like you don't deserve melanin. And that's how I feel about it. I'm sorry that Jean-Jacques Dessalines and the millions and the thousands of Haitians that died in Haiti died for people that like you, because you don't deserve it. People like you did not deserve the blood to be spilled. And that's how I feel about it. And that's exactly how I feel about it, because you're a bunch of sellouts. You're the same kind of people that would have sold them out then. But you know how Haitians dealt with people like you. Haitians dealt with people like you first. Before the revolution started, you would have been dealt with first. And that's exactly what needs to happen again. The same people that are dividing us today, we need to recognize who they are. We need to understand the lineage of these people. They were there then too. And what had to happen, the same people that was dividing us, telling us that these people are not our people, they are the first ones that need to go first. And that's how I feel about it. You see, these people, they were there then. They were the same types of people that was trying to make it seem as if that we were separate people. And they are the same people keeping us divided today. And that's why, till this day, we have a problem coming together as a people, uniting, doing the things that we need to do to organize ourselves, being strong enough to be able to connect in ways where we can support each other. Inability to keep ourselves sustained without having to depend or wait for somebody to give us some reparations. All right, so let's get back on task. If you want to stay on here, say nothing else stupid. You might learn something. The next dumb thing you say, I'm going to block you. You could keep your little stupid name. You could do whatever you want, believe what you want to believe, but don't come on here with your dumb ass, because I'm going to put you, I'm telling you, I'm Haitian. I'm proud to be Haitian. And unlike a whole lot of other people, I promise you, we have no problem. Haitians have no problems dealing with people like you. I have no anxiety about dealing with ignorant ass sellouts, because anybody that does not understand what you are or understand what was done for you, you're an ingrate. Talking about some we let you hear now. We let you hear now. No, we've been coming here forever. Don't you understand that? Haitians, of all people, were able to come here and be free for a very long time. We've been coming back and forth to America, and you need to understand that. The only thing I'm saying is this: we were supporting America long before. They should be grateful. And I'm talking about that. When I'm speaking about America needs to be grateful to Haiti, I'm talking about the white man, because the white man has been getting our support. You see, the black man, I'm not asking for you to support us, because you're my brother. You're supposed to support me. You're supposed to understand that all that we are going through and have gone through was because we stood for the black race in Haiti. It was because of that, because of the melanin, because we stood as black people, and because we decided that we were no longer going to be slaves, and that we were going to be treated like men, and that we were not going to allow and whatever black man decided to step their feet on the land of Haiti, that they were going to also be free. Because we made those declarations and we solidified it throughout the world. That's why we are hated today. And you're just following your master when you make us feel less than. You don't even know what you're saying. Talking about something. That's why we let you hear today. You don't let me do nothing. You don't make no laws. You don't have no power. Because if you had power, what will you do? Why are you still in this condition that you're in? What power do you have? Do not go on your little show off tangents, because you don't have no power, no control. The only power you have is to put three letters before your name, FBA, nothing else. The only power you have is to put FBA in front of your little YouTube station, nothing else. You have no power. You have none, and you know it. You know you have no power. If you have power, then execute it. Let me see you make some decisions in this here America. You cannot. So shut up. And that's the part. You see, the thing about it is you need to stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to yourself. They don't accept you just because you call yourself foundational. You're just foundational, there to step on, period. You're just foundational, here to step on, period. When you see something on the title that says Dessalines or Jean-Jacques Dessalines, put some fucking respect on that. Do you know who that was? Do you understand what he did? Do you understand who he was and how that projected into what your existence is now? Do you understand how much of an impact that made in your forefathers' lives and all of our forefathers' lives throughout the world? This island that you look at, these people that you call Haitians, do you know what their forefathers had to do to propel the rest of the black world to do to get them this far? You speak of reparations. FBA speaks of reparation. Well, what about the reparations to Haitians? What What about the respect that is due for the blood and for the toil and for the disrespect and all of the banning and the sanctions that come from being the first Black people to say enough? Do you understand that we are still bearing the cross for taking the leap? Do you understand that we're still being treated like, do you understand that all that Haitians are going throughout the world is because they were willing to stand first? Where's our reparation? Shut the fuck up. All right, so you want to come on here and talk? You can. You're welcome. You want to come disrespect me while I'm talking about one of the most significant humans that ever existed, something that you cannot possibly do. You cannot possibly be as important as this man. All you can do is type 3 little letters. Scream out foundation, because that's what you've been and will continue to be. Something that somebody steps on, the foundation of something. We're not talking about something that somebody steps on right now. We're talking about something better than that. We're talking about the root of all that we are talking about right now is the root of all of our freedom. The root of all of our freedom. You see, if we were to standing together, Haitians would not need to come to America. Hell, African Americans wouldn't need to be in America. If we were doing what we need to do, if we were respecting or appreciating what Jean-Jacques Dessalines did for us as melanated people throughout this world, if FBA, if Haitians, if Africans, if Jamaicans, if Trinidadians, if Bahamians, if we all were doing what we were supposed to be doing, if we appreciated what these groups of people had done for us, we would be working in a way where we would be appreciating all of the blood that was spilled. It wasn't a small thing that was done. So if you don't mind, I'm going to let the elder go back and speak on that again. I don't know what makes everybody think that just because people come into this country that this is the prize and the best thing that could have happened to them. No. 500s, I'm going to go back to what I was saying, what this man was saying in here. 500 Haitians in the 1700s came to fight Britain, to help Europeans fight for their freedom with other Europeans, because we wasn't helping Africans at that point, because Africans were still enslaved here in America while we were helping Europeans fight other Europeans to be free from other Europeans. Back to that.
Overthrow in 1821 and 1829, slavery was on its way. The interesting point for Mexico and the United States at that time was that it created panic among slave owners in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and other slaveholding states. It also sent a message to Spain that slavery was on its way out if Mexican revolutionaries had their way. Spain was overthrown in 1821, and in 1829, slavery was abolished, sending a shockwave among Texas slave owners. Haiti, although located over 6,000 miles away from Greece, was the first country in the world to recognize Greek independence from the Ottomans in 1820.
And it's sad because it's like, you guys don't want Haiti to recognize itself. It's like, it's not the fact that white people don't want to give us what we deserve. It's Black people don't even want to appreciate themselves. It's like you don't want to fucking know your own history. You want to sit there and you want to sit here and deny yourself your own truth. They hid our truth from us. They hid our truth from us and they didn't tell us who we were. They didn't represent our true selves to us. They told us we were nothing. You see those Haitians that you see in that island they're making it seem like they're a bunch of barbarians. All they show you, if you Google Haiti right now, all you're going to see is a bunch of people killing each other, a bunch of people burning tires, and that's bullshit. But if you type in Haiti vlogs, you're going to see Haitians living lives, having beautiful homes, going to the beach, planting gardens. You're going to see different things because when you type in Haiti, all you're going to see is what the media is showing, what the news is showing you. And I noticed that they do that not only with the Haitians, but with all of us. Same thing with African Americans, same thing with Africans. And it's like you guys feed into it instead of sitting here and saying, oh my, wait a minute, this Dessalines dude, let me take my time and really, this dude come on here. We let you come into this country. Man. You know the worst thing? I said this before and I'm going to say it again. The worst thing they did to us as a people is they took away our love for each other, our appreciation for each other, our respect towards each other. Our respect towards each other. Calling me an immigrant. I cannot be an immigrant anywhere. No Black person should ever call me an immigrant. You should always, it's like I'm like a Levite in the Bible. All doors should open to me. That's what Haitians are. All doors should open. All Black doors should open to me. My ancestors paid the cost, man. And until this day, they bear the cross for that. Not just them, but their children. So when somebody tell me that wasn't you, you a damn lie. You're a damn lie that wasn't me, because right now their children are paying the cost from that. What do you think is going on in Haiti now? Why do you think there are so much sanctions? Why do you think they are always being banned and always whatever? That is their children paying the cost for all those times, all those wars that they won. That is their children paying the price for Black people standing up and saying, we are no longer slaves and we will no longer be slaves. They dared to be free, and they dared to say that all Black people should be free. And they made a space for all Black people to come be free. And they triggered something in the universe that could not be reversed. And they are still paying. We have people that have just turned their backs on us, betrayed us. And I'm tired of ignoring it because it's true. It's not a lie. Even some Haitians have turned their backs on some Haitians because they're embarrassed to be Haitians. You guys see Haiti struggling, suffering, instead of saying, man, that's not right, and what can we do? And instead of trying to realize who Haiti was and what Haiti has done. And do you not understand the history behind these people and what sacrifices was made? And how dare you say that wasn't me? That was me, and it is still me, and their children are still impacted. Their children are still impacted today. They didn't just do for their children. They did it for all Black people. They built relations. They did what they did for all Black people, and all Black people need to be aware of it. Not just Black people, brown people as well. Y'all, it's hard to hear. We didn't just come, and what I'm trying to tell you is, you see this America, this United States, we're not begging for space here. We earned it. We earned this space. We didn't just come here once. We came here not just once, but twice. We fought many times. We've helped in many ways. How are you gonna stand there and make such a statement? And you're my brother. Come on. I'm gonna try to calm down right now. I'm gonna bring it down, because you know what? Let's let the elders speak. I want to welcome Mississippi to the discussion. Mississippi, what do you want to chime in on? Ooh, FBA, you tried me. Okay, that's cool. Mississippi, tell me what's on your mind before I let this clip continue, because someone somewhere, I want you to come on, because I want to read through the Declaration of Independence that was sent throughout the world. Haiti sent in 1804 Declaration of Independence throughout the world. This declaration was sent out and resolved for all Black people throughout the world. It was a declaration of manhood. It was a declaration of humanity, of being free and calling out their humanity throughout the world, of no longer being called a slave, of what would need to happen and what would happen, and what was represented was freedom or death. This was the outcome for Haitians. It was freedom or death. And we made the proclamation to the world. It was not a small thing. And the world has held us responsible ever since. And we need our brothers and sisters to understand that. And we need everybody to understand that Haiti needs them right now, if for no other reason but to love them, period. To give that love energy and to give that respect. Mississippi, welcome to the discussion.
What's up? I just wanted to come in and say that I really don't see how Haitians fighting in Haiti changed anything in America, because my ancestors in America were still fighting. I mean, we were in the Revolutionary War as well. We were fighting here on our own soil as well. So I don't understand how Haitians fighting for themselves in Haiti changed a damn thing here. It didn't change anything. And as far as the doormat comment, you said we're just doormats here in America, Black people. And we just get walked over.
Foundation, that's what foundation is, the bottom. That's what I said.
Okay, well, yeah, same thing. You said with doormat.
That's what I said, yes.
Okay.
I didn't say doormat. I said foundation is the bottom. That's what I said.
That's the same thing.
I didn't say doormat. I said foundation is the bottom. That's what I use my words.
Don't we walk on foundations though?
Whatever you want to say, but use my words.
Okay, yeah. You want to be.
Yes, I do believe that the Haitian Revolution instigated everything that happened here in the United States. Yes, I do. And I do believe, you don't believe that? Well,
it didn't mean slavery here.
Let's listen to what Frederick Douglass was here during the time, and he spoke. It wasn't Frederick Douglass a foundational African American?
I don't know who the
You
hell
don't know who
Frederick
he
Douglass.
was. You don't know who Frederick Douglass
I,
was.
I know who they say he was.
Well, let's listen to one of his speeches, huh?
My pleasure it is tonight to share with you this letter by the Honorable Frederick Douglass on Haiti at the world's...
Where did you go? Where did you go? Wait! You see, this is what I'm talking about. Get your ass back in here and come show some respect for this African-American man that's about to talk about what this African foundational American said about Haiti. Get your ass back in here. And when he was saying this speech, he was saying it at the one place that he was invited to, because they did not invite Frederick Douglass to this place where all whites were the only black people that were there, were the only blacks that was represented at that time was Haiti. Haiti was the only black nation there, the only black nation. So what they did as a black nation was they invited all the prominent black people, since they were not invited in the United States, which invited the Haiti, which was a nation that represented, and your foundational black American, don't fuck with me.
Like, share.
I don't like idiots, okay? Don't fuck with me, you non-foundational, non-American. This is a foundational black American. He's about to read a foundational black American speech by Frederick Douglass, which was a more of a foundational American than you, and he's about to bring it out about the fucking Haitians, nigga.
Fair in Jackson Park.
And I'm gonna tell you something about us Haitians. Not only are we fucking tough, we smart. I keep telling you, don't sleep. That's why you see you talk. That's why I said, you see that foundation thing? Let that foundation thing go. You fucking you see, this is the part I'm talking about. Like I said, it's low. You need to go higher, man. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Show some fucking respect. Your foundational Black Americans did back then. They understood what we were, who we were, and how they should appreciate us. You see, because you see, even if you don't understand what we were and how we ignited, or how we influenced, or how one rock thrown in the water caused ripple effects, they understood that. And you may not understand how we supported African Americans. They understood that. Get your shit together, man.
Chicago, January 2nd, 1893. My subject is Haiti.
I'm a reality Mississippi. I keep telling you, don't come on my channel with that bull. You see, the thing about it is y'all keep talking about showing respect, showing appreciation. Show some appreciation to your Haitian brothers and sisters. Dessalines, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, what he did, what he declared in the universe. You see, you keep talking about him. He didn't come and fight for us. What do you mean? Don't you understand what he did triggered? What he did triggered all that happened. Do you not understand? Soon as he did what he did, Britain, a year later, let go of slaves. This other places ricocheted within 2 to 3 years. America had no other choice because they were running out of people to help them fight this fight. And it came to a point where they had no other options but to do what they did. Do you not understand that? Or did you fight for was it the fight that you fought that caused them to stop? No.
My pleasure it is tonight to share with you this letter by the Honorable Frederick Douglass on Haiti at the World's Fair in Jackson Park.
You know what, Mississippi, the only way a Haitian would respond to this is how we always respond. Back in the day, I mean, in Haiti, you would have just been fish meat. Get off the damn channel, nigga. I keep telling you, stop bringing your non-fair. You're not brothers to the Africans. You're not brothers to the Haitians. Why are you always on these channels, Negro? You're confused. You're not African. You're African American. No, you're not African American. You're Indian. You're confused. You're confused, country ass nigga. That's what you is. You're a control jigger. That's what you is. You're a confused jigger. That's what you are. You're not African. You're not Haitian. You're not brothers with the Haitians. Well, that's cool, you know, because I'm gonna tell you something about Haitians. We don't fight for that. What you ain't, you ain't. Ain't nobody gonna be kissing up to you for what you ain't. You're just gonna be fish meat, as far as I'm concerned. I really don't care. I'm not like gonna be sitting here trying to make you ain't what you ain't. I'm still trying to figure out why you still coming here. Stupid. Now let's go back to a real foundational African American. Let's hear him talk about the Haitians.
My pleasure it is tonight to share with you this letter by the Honorable Frederick Douglass on Haiti at the World's Fair in Jackson Park, Chicago, January 2nd, 1893. My subject is Haiti, the Black Republic. I am to speak to you of her character, her history, her importance, and her struggle from slavery to freedom and to statehood, of the bearing of her example as a free and independent republic, upon what may be the destiny of the African race in our own country and elsewhere. Her proximity alone should make us deeply interested in her welfare, her history, her progress, and her possible destiny. Yet we turn the cold shoulder. The reason for coolness between the countries is this: Haiti is black. And we have not yet forgiven Haiti for being black. After Haiti has shaken off the fetters of bondage, and long after her freedom and independence has been recognized by all civilized nations, we continue to refuse to acknowledge the fact and treat her as outside the sisterhood of nations. From the beginning, Haiti and its inhabitants have, for various reasons, been very much in the thoughts of the American people. While slavery existed amongst us, her example was a sharp thorn in our side and a source of alarm and terror. She came into the sisterhood of nations through blood. She was described at the time of her advent as the...
You're right, Mississippi. Haitians ain't dangerous. I know you know that's not true, but Mississippi was for a black man at one point. You know what the funny thing is, Mississippi? You don't really believe that. You're talking a lot of smack, but you don't really believe that, because even everybody understand that. Now, Haiti don't have nothing to prove to you, black man, because Haiti ain't never had an issue with a black man, but you have an issue with a black man. You're not on the white man channel doing all this stupidness. You just go around black people doing this. Ain't that something, Mississippi? Now, stop being ignorant and listen to a foundational black American speak.
And treat her as outside the sisterhood of nations. From the beginning, Haiti and its inhabitants have, for various reasons, been very much in the thoughts of the American people. While slavery existed amongst us, her example was a sharp thorn in our side and a source of alarm and terror. She came into the sisterhood of nations through blood. She was described at the time of her advent as the very hell of horrors.
She was the hell of horrors for them. You know, isn't that something? She was the hell of horrors. Why do you think she was the hell of horrors? Because you see, this is what Haiti had become to the white man, the hell of horrors. And the reason it became that way was because Haiti was not having it no more. It became to the inhabitants, to those slaves that were on that island. It got to a place where they were so cruel to those Africans that when it became time for recompense, they were not gonna let spare the rod. It was a sword for a sword, a head for a head. It was like we were not gonna let them slip. Everything that they did, they got back 6 times, and that's why it was the horrors of horrors. And until this day, they deal with Haitians in that way. And you know, the sad thing is that the sad part of it is that till this day, Haiti is dealt with like it's scorn. But I can understand white people dealing with us that way, but our own people, the reason that we got that scorn was because we were protecting our blackness, because we were saying that we were no longer going to allow our blackness to be treated the way it was being treated.
Her very name was pronounced with a shudder. She was a startling and frightful surprise and a threat to all slaveholders throughout the world.
What did he just say? She was a threat to all slaveholders throughout the world. That's how Mississippi, that's how she affected all slaveholders throughout the world, because that threat was something that they understand. And that's why as soon as Haiti did what they did, Britain let go of slavery, then Denmark, then it went from, you know, all these other countries started letting go of their, because they realized that this was not something that they thought would ever happen, because no other slaves responded the way they did, because Haiti was a surprise, because they were surprised that Haiti responded the way it did. Haiti took the stand that no other slaves took, and they basically, you know how it is that when you have that one person, they took that stand, and they are still paying till this day. They are still paying. Till this day, they are still paying.
With all her faults, you and I and all of us have reason to respect Haiti for her services to the cause of liberty and human equality throughout the world.
What did he just say? And this was Frederick Douglass, a foundational Black American. Not no fake foundational Black American that don't even know history, that don't even understand history, that don't even understand who Haiti was. I'm talking about a real foundational Black American, one that was there when the foundations weren't even there. A foundational, real foundational Black American, one that was there before there were even foundations. I'm talking about one that was actually there when you're talking about foundational Black Americans. What did he say? Let me repeat it for you. Since you want to be a foundational Black American, probably your family probably just came from the Caribbeans, maybe in the 1800s, you damn liar. Let's play it.
Is to the cause of liberty. I and all of us have reason to respect Haiti for her services to the cause of liberty and human equality through.
For the cause of liberty. Go look that word up. For the cause of liberty and human equality.
Throughout the world.
Throughout the world. Not just on the island, baby. Throughout the world. Yeah, I'm going to be bold about it because we've been humbled, nigga. I'm tired of this shit. Throughout the world. And it's funny because you see, because when you're humble, people think that this Negro came, the first it was one ABA fool that, whatever, alphabet fool that came on here and talked about some, we let you come here. We're talking about 500 Haitians coming from Haiti and helping white Americans fight white Britons in the 1700s, there was no we. It was a them and us fighting, helping them fight them. You wasn't no we. You wasn't free. What are you talking about? You said we. My brother, you wasn't free. There was no we. What are you talking about? We. What are you confused? We paid. How could you pay me for something that you wasn't a part of? Oh, okay, let me see. And then you're gonna make that statement because what? You feel like you're foundational? Well, you're not foundational. This man, Frederick Douglass, now he was foundational. And I will repeat this remix.
With all her faults, you and I.
With all her faults, although she is poor now, used to be one of the richer than the United States, richer than all of the Americas, richer than all of the Western Hemisphere. Although she is broken now, although she is all on the news, banned and dragged, and nobody can help her, and earthquake or being quaked, harped, arms being taken to her to provide ammunition for poor people, to kill poor people, and kidnappings. And although she has issues because she can't even grow her own food because she's not able to, because they are bringing fucking, fake rice into the country to kill her. Although she's in a situation where she has a whole bunch of corrupted beings there, doing all kinds of things to, do all kinds of logistics, a whole bunch of puppet leaders put in place. Although she has been stripped of her humanity, although she is broken.
And all of us have reason to respect Haiti.
We all should still have reason to respect her, because what she did back then, it still impacts some of us today. Those of us that are not in her situation right now should still appreciate and understand that we are not in those situations because of her. We are privileged, because right now, if it wasn't because of that one big stone that was thrown and that ricocheted, if it wasn't because she had the audacity, if it wasn't because of that audacity, if it wasn't because of that audacity, if she didn't dare to be free, and not only did she dare to be free, but she dared to free others. She didn't just free herself. She went back and she freed others. And that's the part. We're going to get to that. Let's go.
For her services to the cause of liberty and human equality throughout the world. And for the noble qualities she exhibited in all the trying conditions of her early history. We should not forget that the freedom you and I enjoy today, that colored people enjoy in the West Indies, that has come to the colored race the world over, is largely due to the brave stand taken by Haiti.
How did we forget that? How did everybody forget that shit? How did we forget that? How did we forget? How did we forget that? We should not forget. I'm going to play it again, because the first thing that happens is you get a foundational FBA alphabet person come up here, and the first thing they said is, I see that Haiti did what they did for Haiti, but what does that mean for me? Coon ass. Oh,
to the brave stand is
this is the part. This is the part. I'm telling you. They're the ones that gotta go first. Period.
over is largely due to the brave stand taken by Haiti. It's come to freedom you and I enjoy today.
I will repeat it
That
again.
colored
And we all need to understand this, because you see, these lowly Haitians, or this lowly little island that we are letting suffer under the hands of all of these Europeans, these people that are sitting there putting its foot on Haiti's neck. And we're letting it happen, and we're not doing anything, even if it's just by being positive towards Haiti, saying positive things, or just representing Haiti in a way where we are showing nothing but love. I see nothing but negativity and people being real ignorant. And it's funny because there are some few people that love Haiti and understand its history, but there are so many people that just have so much negativity, and they are not even doing the homework or trying to go out there and truly understand what the history is. And you know, people like Mississippi and FBA, whatever his name is, come back with, we're letting you come here. My Negro, please don't come here with that stupidity. If no other people Haitians have earned the right to come to America. We fought for America, 500 people strong. And then we came again, Tuskegee Airmen, 7 Haitians flew pilots, and there were 7 pilots were Haitians. Many times over, Haitians have represented itself here to support America. What the fuck? How many times do we have to come support? Do we have to tell you the fact that the Haitians, they came to Haiti, took all the fucking money out of the bank, took the gold out of the bank, left Haiti without, came and enriched America? They owe us. We're following the money. Do not call Haitians immigrants when they come to this country. We're following the money. They have drained, left it empty, left it without. What do you think Haitians are coming here for? You're on here talking about some, we let you in this country. You get the hell out of here. You don't know your history, and you don't understand how Haitians Haitians don't, we didn't beg. We put in work. We're not begging. Haitians have put in work. And I'm not speaking for nobody else right now, but I'm going to say, though, when you talk about Haitians, put some fucking respect on it, because you don't understand what you're talking about. If you can't respect yourself, because I see some of y'all don't even respect your fucking selves. You have no love for yourself. You can't call yourself African because you don't like being black. You don't love African. You don't want to be African. Oh, I'm not African. I'm not African. I'm not African. I'm FBA. I'm Indian. I'm this. I'm that. So, okay, you don't want to be that. But when you talk about Haitians, respect yourself. Understand that. You see this thing that you could be whatever. You could be Indian. You could be, you could not be African. You could be Colombian. You could be Spanish. You could be whatever. But if your melanin is on you, you black. Well, Haiti fought for this black. Wherever you are in this world, this black would be in chains if Haiti. And now I'm not saying nobody else could have done it, but Haiti did it. So show some respect. So show some respect. Yo, if you was, everybody should invest in Haiti. Y'all should all try to go buy some land in Haiti. Go visit Haiti. Know someone in Haiti. Haiti belongs to all of us, because Haiti, what was done in Haiti was done for all of us. Jean-Jacques Dessalines did it for all black people throughout the world. He knew he wasn't just from that island. He knew he was from a place that, matter of fact, can someone somewhere or somebody else come on here? I want to read the declaration that was sent throughout the world. I want to read the whole thing, because people need to understand. People need to understand that what happened, this thing that happened, this tunnel that happened for us didn't just happen. It didn't just happen. happened. Somebody had to rip it open. This is what happened in the universe for Black people, for us to be able to break away from this thing, this hold they had on us. It didn't just happen. Those Africans on that island, they ripped it open and they did it by any means necessary. You can't imagine how much blood. You can't imagine how much death. You can't even imagine how much. You can't imagine what they had to see. You cannot imagine what they had to, the taste of blood, the smell of blood. You cannot imagine what they had to witness for you to be able to be free. And you don't think Haiti had something to do with it? You don't think Haiti, you don't think we don't owe Haiti anything? We don't even owe them love and respect. We don't owe that island and those people on that island love and respect. I'm gonna let this clip play, and then we're gonna read this thing. If you don't know the declaration that was sent out to the world, then what I'm saying is that this man, Dessalines, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and I need you to understand something, for a very long time, they made it seem like this man was the worst, that he was a villain. And the reason that he was a villain was because he was a villain to them, but he was our hero. Don't get this confused. He was our hero. And they made us even think he was a villain. When everything was done, he declared something to the universe and to the world, and he put it in writing, and he made sure that every country, every city, and every country had a copy. We're going to read that because, you see, that declaration set the pace for what you see today. I'm going to let Frederick Douglass or Ozzy finish reading Frederick Douglass' statement, because I respect my foundational Black American brother. Had a lot of love for Frederick Douglass.
The trying conditions of her early history. We should not forget that the freedom you and I enjoy today, that colored people enjoy in the West Indies, that has come to the colored race the world over, is largely due to the brave stand taken by Haiti. Their swords were not drawn and could not be drawn simply for themselves alone. They were linked and interlinked with their race, and striking for their freedom, they struck for the freedom of every black man in the world. I regard her as the original pioneer emancipator of the 19th century. History will be searched in vain for a warrior more humane, more free from the spirit of revenge, more disposed to protect his enemies, and less disposed to practice retaliation for acts of cruelty than General Toussaint Louverture. If it be true that all present and all the future rest upon the past, there is a solid ground to hope for Haiti. There is a fair chance that she may yet be highly progressive, prosperous, and happy. I cannot believe that her star is to go out in darkness, but I will rather believe that whatever may happen of peace or war, Haiti will remain in the firmament of nations and will shine on and shine on forever.
Thank you for joining me someone somewhere. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going off today. These alphabet people, they get to me.
Yeah.
Mississippi. I haven't seen him in a minute. He come back here with his bull.
Yeah, I knew he was finna do that. As soon as you brought up America, I knew that he was finna show up.
Oh man, I tell you, you know what? I don't even care what people like him think. To be honest with you, I mean, researching Dessalines and knowing all that I know, I really feel like people like that, we just need to cut.
Oh, of course.
Not physically yet, but we gonna get there physically, but we need to cut.
Yeah, you just gotta ignore them. Like if you don't acknowledge them, then they gonna stop. They'll comment for a little bit.
I want to acknowledge him sometimes, though. I need.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
His place. You see how quick he came off. Soon as I put on a real foundational Black American.
Yeah.
Soon as I put on Frederick Douglass's word, he was like, "Oh shoot, let me get off."
Yeah, he don't want no smoke. Yeah, they know what it is, man. Every Black person in the world owes Haiti, man. It's our job to make sure that Haiti's good. Period. Whether they say, I don't know.
I feel like we need to. I feel like we tell the white world that we don't appreciate ourselves. We don't acknowledge the powerful things that was done for our recollection. Like, what if we started celebrating Jacques? All Black people throughout the world started celebrating Jacques Sauvageon, as we should. What if we all started, here comes this Negro. What if we all started celebrating Jacques Sauvageon as we should? Because, not Jacques Sauvageon, I'm talking about, Dessalines.
Jean-Jacques
Dessalines. What if we all started, what if we had a photo of him in a house, or his work, if we wore his t-shirts, or if we made sure that, he was somebody we talked about. You see, these are the things that they don't want to happen. And these are the things that will empower us. And it's not about showing them. It's about understanding who our real leaders are, who led us, who propelled us to do things, who propelled our leaders. You see, because you see, what for me is who inspired Jean-Jacques Dessalines inspired so many people. I mean, even that white man, what's his name?
John Brown.
He was inspired by Jean-Jacques Dessalines. That was who inspired him to do what he did. And that's another reason why they hated him so much, because he inspired another white man to respond the way he did towards white men. And these are facts. And that was one of the most, one of the things that turned them around here in America.
Oh.
And so those are facts. So these things cannot be ignored, and they have to be appreciated, and they have to be we can't turn our backs on the people that have done these things and in our history. And these are our histories, because one thing affects the other.
Oh.
I want to finish with this elder. Mississippi, I promise you this is not the day for you.
What's up? You just said I'm running?
I promise you this is not the day for you. I want to ask you something. You ain't Haitian. You're not African. Why do you come to my channel?
Well, because this is the internet, for one.
Okay, it's the internet. You just wanna. Okay,
it's free.
Okay, free. So that wasn't a good reason to come back up here.
How's you coming on the internet starting arguments bettering the FBA community or the Mississippi Chata community, whatever that is?
How are you coming out your big ass mouth talking to me?
You don't deserve
again.
I'm you see, this is what I'm talking about. There were people spilled blood for you to still exist. Because I'm sure if you had remained a slave, you probably wouldn't have made it.
He definitely wouldn't.
You wouldn't have made it because, to be honest with you, you're not that intelligent. You wouldn't have made it. So you see, this is what I'm talking about. There was blood that was spilled for people that are not too intelligent to make it. Because you're free. When you're free, you don't have to be too intelligent. So you can make it.
Oh.
I'm gonna go back to what this little history, and then we're gonna read this proclamation. And it's funny because I don't mean to trigger folks, Mississippi, but you coming up here making, oh, I'm just trying to come up here. I ain't got nothing to do. I don't believe none of this. I just want to come up here. What? You don't believe, because if you're an intelligent man, you should go where you fit in and do some good there. You believe you're Indian, right? As black as you are, you believe you're a North American Indian. Go on your North American Indian sites and do some building.
That's what I'm saying.
You build over there. Confused little man.
They taking reservations every day. Go fight for that, man. Why is you waiting?
Fight for your reparations. Go. Matter of fact, get your whole land back. Get it.
Two. After nearly 400 years of brutal occupation, Greece officially declared independence from the Ottoman.
I didn't realize that Haiti actually helped Greece get their independence. I didn't know that.
Yeah, by recognizing them.
By recognizing them, and not just that, they sent them what they needed to get the weapons that they needed to fight.
Well, I didn't know that either.
Although the fighting had begun a year before, inspired by the courageous uprising of the Haitian people, who were also fighting a much wealthier, well-equipped force. Adamontios Korais, a Greek academic and a significant political figure at that time, asked for Haiti's support. He also asked for financial and military support from the island nation. According to some historians, Haiti President Jean-Pierre Boyer sent Greece a massive shipment of 22 tons of Haitian coffee, one of the most sought-after commodities during the period, to be sold. The profit could then be used to purchase much-needed weapons for the Greeks. Princess Marina of Greece visited Haiti in 1935 to solemnly thank the people of Haiti for helping her country of Greece in 1821. Haiti, the success of the Greek independence war against the Ottoman Empire. Haitian leaders also played a critical role in ensuring Latin American independence by providing aid to Simón Bolívar, the leader of Venezuela's independence movement. Bolívar came to be known as Latin America's great liberator, eventually securing independence not only for Venezuela, but most of the South America. Haiti helped modern-day Northwest Brazil, Guyana, Venezuela, Ecuador, Colombia, Panama, Northern Peru, Costa Rica to gain their independence. Did you know also that there were Haitians recruited to fight in World War II for the United States? Did you know that there were Haitians among the Tuskegee Airmen?
So we fought in World War I, in World War II, and they were a part of the Tuskegee Airmen. So I don't understand when somebody say Haitians shouldn't be here. I don't get it. If nobody else should be here, Haitians should be here. They have us fighting in all their fucking wars.
In 19...
And that's the part. And that's the part. You see, this is not a discussion about with Black Americans. This is about the government itself. The United States of America has the fucking audacity to treat Haitians, to say Haiti is nothing but a shithole country. But this shithole country has bailed your fucking asses out many times over.
No.
Treating Haiti like it's nothing but a dump hole, but this dump hole has been by your side. World War I, World War II, and through the we're there. So this is the part I don't get.
The Americans killed me with that.
And that's the part. They support places like Afghanistan. Did they come help them during the Britain and American War?
But what Americans don't realize is anytime you have immigrants coming over here, more than likely, not even more, it's 100% happening that the United States or Britain is pillaging that nation. That's why they're leaving their nation to come over here.
Check your facts. 7 of the Tuskegee Airmen were Haitians. 7. Now, go and find out how many there were altogether. And that number, 7 of them were Haitians. And that's the part. Nobody talks about that.
Haitian President Idrisco implemented an aviation corps program. We know that at least 5 Haitian pilots went for training at the Tuskegee Institute, and most of them were the Haitian Army or Air Force. Denmark Vesey, a carpenter and formerly enslaved person, allegedly planned a slave insurrection to coincide with Bastille Day in Charleston, South Carolina in 1822. Vesey modeled his rebellion after the successful slave revolution in Haiti. His plan called for the followers to liberate the city of Charleston and then sail to Haiti before the white power structure could retaliate.
But he stopped and had a party.
2 of the slaves involved leaked details of the plot before it could be implemented. On receiving word of the plot, Charleston authority arrested Vesey and his men. Out of 131 men arrested and charged with conspiracy, 67 were convicted and 35 were hung. Vesey was among them. Haiti founding members of the United Nations, and Émile Sello served as the first ambassador of Haiti to the United Nations. And a member of the Security Council responsible for voting on the independence of countries. He was decisive for the independence of Somalia, Israel, and Libya. Ethiopia Battle of Adwa in Pan-Africanism was born. It is with Ethiopia, the country which was victorious over Italy in Africa, was by envoy Benito Sylvain of Haiti, a country that defeated Napoleon in the Western Hemisphere. Benito Sylvain was sent to Ethiopia by Haitian President Noir. Sylvain stayed in Ethiopia, became the aide-de-camp of Emperor Menelik II, who defeated the Italian at the Battle of Adwa in 1896. Haiti provided all the assistance it could muster to make the Battle of Adwa the success that is celebrated annually in Ethiopia.
And now Ethiopia don't want to have nothing to do. But I'm going to tell y'all something. Right after that battle, Haiti, okay, so the deal was that they were supposed to, after the battle, that they gave them all the instructions. They basically told them, they gave them all they sent a lot of artillery. They gave them a lot of instructions on how to do what they were going to do. They sent pilots. They gave a lot of support. And what all they asked at the end was, let Haiti and Ethiopia come together. You know what they told them? We don't consider ourselves Black. So there you go. Betrayal.
Thank you very much. And I urge you to read about Haiti. Read all that you can.
This is really, if you're interested, he's going to bring up some books that are really informative for those of you that are truly interested, especially you, Mississippi, that looks like you don't read, but you should start reading, because don't just come online and just be a troll. And you and that other FBA dude too. Come on here, get these names of these books, try to figure out you know, get some understanding, get some knowledge. Don't just go online and listen to these big heads tell you that you're FBA and that you should hate other Black people and that you ain't Black. Listen and learn. Try to figure out, get some real history, and try to figure out where your foundations truly are.
Look up the books. Read The Black Jacobin if you haven't not yet, because Haiti was created as a beacon of freedom for you and for me and for Africans everywhere in the world. Freedom is precious, and it is a cause that must be celebrated. Haitian history is Black history for Blacks everywhere.
So this song that you're hearing right now, I'm gonna let it play because I want you all to understand what it means. It's in Creole, and it's calling out the name of Boukman, which is Boukman is of course during the Haitian you know, during the ceremony underneath the tree when they did that voodoo ceremony, and they were, you know, this song basically is to Boukman saying, we don't understand what's happening. This is like a song that they sing today saying, look, we don't know what's happening. It seems like everybody's turned their back on us. Basically, it's a cry. It's a cry because it seems like, look, we did everything we were supposed to do. We don't know what's happening. We didn't do what we did so the world could turn their back on us. Our country is becoming wasted. You might want to go back and rewind so you could get the names of these books. These books are amazing, and they are the real thing. They're not coming from the kind of people that are giving you this information. These are the credits. All right, liberty or death. And that song is really sad because look, we didn't do all that we do, so they could turn their backs on us. So that song is so telling. And I need you guys to understand something. It is known. It is Haitians. All Haitians understood what their ancestors did and why they did it. And it was for Black people throughout the world. And that's one thing that we know. We understand our history. We know why it was done. And we have a great respect for our ancestors. And it breaks my heart that others don't see that it wasn't just for us. It wasn't just for those of us that are on the islands. It was for all of us. And I'm hoping that one day that you guys can understand that. And I'm hoping that one day that you could find pride and maybe that you could want to go know Haiti yourself, because it's beautiful. And it's funny because I don't share that as much here, because to me, it breaks my heart that there's a lot of reason behind that. I don't share that much because it breaks my heart that there's so much hostility and bitterness and it breaks my heart that people feel the way they do towards Haiti. And I get like this. I'm not gonna be nice about it. I don't want to come off the way I do, but I do believe that people owe Haiti something. I do believe that we all owe Haiti something. I feel like Africa owe Haiti. And I always say this on here, it broke my heart when Haiti went crawling to Africa, asking to be put in, get a seat, and be considered a part of, and they denied them. That broke me. And it made me feel like, to be honest, lately, I've been feeling like I want to go, I've been considering about maybe not going back to Africa, maybe going to Haiti first. Because to be honest with you, I've been feeling like the rejection thing, not only was it rejected once, but it's been rejected again recently.
I agree. I've been feeling like that
and
too.
So recently I've been, and what happened to the arrival, and I'm not going to talk about that today. It just brought me back to a couple of discussions and remembering how some brothers and sisters just really feel about us on the continent and how they're not ready for us.
Yeah.
And how they're not ready. They're not ready. And it's like, I feel like the brothers and sisters that are on the continent that are ready, hey, come to us, because there's quite a few of them that are not ready for us over there. They're not ready for y'all that are ready to come together with us. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe you need to come to us. Maybe we need to, like, because I want to come to Africa, but I can't come somewhere that's not willing to take me yet. And I feel like maybe the key for me is to not even think about going somewhere that's not going to welcome me yet, because the whole denial of Haiti over and over again. And Haiti is the first republic. It's the one place that's kept its Africanness throughout time. It's the one place that's kept screaming, I'm African. I don't want to be anything else but African. And so for them to keep denying Haiti is like, it's saying that the fact that Haiti fought for this blackness, and you, the continent of blackness, is denying it.
That's
Damn.
crazy.
And that's why I've not been on here for a while, because I've been really like wrapping my head around that and trying to figure out how to deal with that within me, because there are so many. I love people. I love my brothers and sisters on the continent, but at the same time, their leaders are not. They're not opening for us.
When I do this, is like, to me, the mindset is just different. I don't think, as of now, like, the average person understands the dynamics between us and the rest of the world. I think on this hemisphere, it'll be more conducive. I think, like, everybody who's quote unquote Pan African, I think we should culminate in like IAT, because that's the first republic. Like, we should make that good first from everything.
Because it's like that thing, but I cried. Like when I watched the arrival and they were like, we're giving up. And I saw other YouTubers, they couldn't wait to jump and take advantage and get their little YouTube video up so they could get their likes and views and whatever. And I just can't, I couldn't, for me, it's deeper than that. For me, I understood that these people were building a house and they were setting up and they were happy and they couldn't wait and they got robbed once. But for you to dig through the fucking walls, my God. Okay, I'm not gonna do this today. I said I'm gonna have a discussion. I'm gonna let y'all got it. You kind of know how I feel about it, but I'm not gonna be like everybody else and try to keep it politically correct, because that's just not me. I'm gonna keep it as fucking real as I can possibly keep it, because I feel like I'm tired. I'm tired, and it has to be said, because guess what? I know what it's like to come from a third world country. I come from a poor place, but man, that right there is next level to me. To go through a fucking wall. Okay, so, but we'll have that discussion. And there's nothing put in place to protect people. And even though they took it to the authorities, okay, that's something else. All right, so, and it just broke my heart to see them because they're nice people. And I'll be all over the place. I know y'all. I'm thinking about this. I'm saying this to say, I still want to go to the continent. I'm just having one of those this month, this whole last month and this month, this what happened in the Gambia. I know there's other places on the continent. It's just that kind of messed me up.
Yeah, to me, I think it is like culminating in a place like Haiti. It'll be easier to yield power on the continent if you already have a strong nation.
Yeah.
Outside. But I mean, it should be both ways to me. Like we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
And I feel like, and I think you're right. I think it's also important that we, and I love Jude because he keeps it real. He keeps it 100% real. He like, don't tell these people. He's always saying that. Don't tell these people that it's one way or whatever. It's like this on the continent. And on this channel, he has kept it 100% real.
Yeah.
And that's the part. And so I'm very appreciative. But my heart goes out to, shout out to the arrival. My heart goes out to them for what happened. But okay, so let's go back to what I was talking about. Dessalines, this right here is I couldn't read through this without crying. Because I want you guys to understand something. This right here is something I think every Black human on this earth should have a copy of. This is a Declaration of Independence that was sent out, sent out to everywhere. He sent it to every city, every state, every country. This was sent out by Dessalines. And what you're looking at right now is a gazette or a newspaper. This right here at the top is the signature of Dessalines, which I think is awesome. Like this is the signature of the man that put his life and lost everything, basically. The way he left this world, I don't even know if you guys know the betrayal of it. If you don't know, we can have another discussion on that. But proclamation. Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Henry Christophe, and Chevalier. I don't even know how to pronounce his name because Augustine Chevalier, which was him and Christophe were basically they ended up coming together and
they mutinied against
Dessalines and killed him in a very ugly way. But before they did, he did what he needed to do. Proclamation, 29th November 03. And we're looking at a copy of it, and this was sent to many newspapers throughout the world, and the Aurora General Advertiser on January 5th, 1804, and this was in Philadelphia. And it says in this page number 2, and I know you guys can't read it on here, but it's saying that it starts where the star is, so it would have been highlighted from here all the way to here. But we don't have to read that because there's no way we could read that. And I would like for you to read it because it needs to be in a man's voice, this proclamation. And you can start, and I think where it says, you can start wherever you want to start. I guess this is just a summary up to here. It just says the following proclamation. You can start there.
Okay. The following proclamation of the independence of the island has been published by the 3 political military chiefs. Proclamation of Dessalines, Christophe, and Clairvaux, chiefs of Saint Domingo. In the name of the Black people and the men of color in San Domingo, the independence of San Domingo is proclaimed. Restored our primitive dignity. We have claimed our rights. We swear never to yield them to any power on earth. The frightful veil of prejudice is torn to pieces and is over forever. Woe to be whomsoever would dare again to put together its bloody tatters. O landholders of San Domingo, wandering in the foreign colonies, by proclaiming our independence, we do not intend to forbid you indiscriminately for returning to property. Far be us this unjust idea. We are not ignorant that there are some among you that have renounced the old errors, abjured the injustice of the exhibiting of pretensions, and acknowledged the lawfulness of the cause for which we have been spilling our blood these 12 years. Toward these men who do us justice, we will act as brothers. Let them rely forever and on our esteem and friendship. Let them, it's going up. Let them return among us. The God who protects us, the God of freemen, bids us to stretch out towards them our conquering arm. But as those who, intoxicated with the foolish pride and interested slaves of guilty pretension, are blinded so much as to think that they are in the essence of human nature, and they affect us to believe that they are destined by heaven to be our masters and our tyrants. Let them never come near our land of San Domingo. If they come hither, they will only meet with chains and deportation. Let them stay then where they are, and tormented by their well-deserved misery and the frowns of just men that they have too long mocked at. Let them still continue to move the pity and concern of nobody. We have sworn not to listen to clemency towards all those who would dare speak. It went up to.
Oh.
Yeah. Would dare speak to us of slavery. We shall be inexorable, perhaps even cruel towards all the troops who themselves, forgetting to object, for which they have not ceased fighting since 1789, should come yet from Europe to carry among us death and servitude. With nothing is too dear, but and everything means are lawful to men from whom is wished to tear the first blessings were where they to cause fevers and torrents to blood to run, where they, in order to maintain their liberty, to confiscate the 7/8 of the globe. They are innocent before a tribunal of providence that has not created men, to see them groaning under a harsh and shameful servitude in the various insurrections that took place, and some inhabitants against whom we had not complained have been victims of the cruelty, and the few soldiers of cultivators too much blinded by the remembrance of their past sufferings to be able to distinguish the good and humane landowners from those that were unfeeling and cruel. We lament with all feeling souls so deplorable, and in declare war. Wait, go up a little bit. And declare to the world whatever may be said to the contrary by wicked people, that the murders were committed contrary to the wishes of our hearts. It was impossible, especially in the crisis in which the colony was, to be able to prevent or stop these horrors. They who are at least acquainted with history are all that a people know. I mean, a people when assailed by civil desertions, though they may be the most polished on the earth, give themselves up to all kinds of excess, and authority of the chiefs always but poorly consolidated in a time of revolution cannot punish all those that are guilty without always meeting the new difficulties. But nowadays the aurora of peace lets us have a glimpse of a less stormy time, now that the calm of victory has succeeded to the troubles of the dreadful war. Everything in San Domingo ought to be assumed a new face, and its government henceforward to be that of justice, done at the headquarters of Fort Dauphin in November 29th, 1803. Dessalines, Christophe, and Chavy.
And this was the letter sent to that particular place. But this is the one I want to read because
I'm starting to need glasses.
And I want to stop sharing this and share the one that I think is most important. These were the declarations that were sent. It's funny because he had to send so many different ones. Uni glasses. I have glasses and I still can't see. I thank you so much for reading him for me.
You're welcome.
Let me see. I hope this is the right one because I think, yeah. Yeah, Dessalines. Let's see if this is the one where he talks to. Significant between. Did I lose it? Assumed. Oh man, I hope I didn't close the wrong one out talking to Mississippi's ass. Okay, I think I have the wrong one. Let me get to the right one. And it's the one that says, I have avenged America. Mm-hmm. This is it. I think this is it. Okay. All right, so this right here.
It's the at the Haitian.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the Haitian.
The Haitian Declaration of Independence is characterized by violent rhetoric that brands the French as the internal enemies of Haiti. The declaration also signals that the war against the French is not over since the name of the French overclouds our country. To help remedy this Bamer obstructing to the development of the new nation, Dessalines initiated a series of public massacres. They targeted white French citizens. The well-known "I Have Avenged America" speech followed these massacres and justified the events. This is a printed copy of the document from the National Archive of the United States Kingdom.
So this is a copy of it, guys, that this is exactly what it would have looked like that he sent everywhere. Proclamation.
Liberté ou la mort. Freedom or death.
Yeah. Liberté ou la mort. Okay. So go ahead.
Okay. Liberty or death proclamation. Okay. Crimes, the most atrocities, such as were until then unheard of and would cause nature to shudder, have been perpetuated. The measure was overshaped at length. The hour of vengeance has arrived, and the implacable enemies.
Oops, sorry.
Big. Which one is it? Okay. And the implacable enemies of the rights of man have suffered the punishment due to their crimes. My arm raised over their heads has too long delayed to strike. At the signal which the justice of God has urged, your hands righteously armed have brought the axe upon the ancient tree of slavery and prejudices. In vain had time, and more especially the internal politics of Europeans, surrounded it with triple brass. You have stripped it of its armor. You have placed it upon your hearts, that you have become like your natural enemies, cruel and merciless, like an overflowing might torment that tears down all opposition. Your vengeful fury has carried away everything in impetuous course. Thus perish all tyrants of innocence, all oppressors of mankind. What then? Been for many ages under an iron yoke, the sport of passions, men of their injustice and the caprice of fortune, mutilated victims and cupidity of white Frenchmen. After having fattened with our toils these instant bloodsuckers, with a patience and resignation unexampled, we should again have seen it sacrilegious horde make an attempt upon our destruction without any distinction of sex or age. And we, men without energy, have no virtue or no delicate sensibility, should not have plunged in their breast the dagger of desperation. Where is it, vile Haitian, so unworthy of its regeneration, who thinks he has accomplished the decrees of the eternal by exterminating these bloody thirsty tigers? Is there one? Let him fly indignant. Nature discards him from our bosom. Let him hide his shame, for hence the air we breathe is not suited for such gross organs. It's pure air of liberty, august in triumph. Yes, we have rendered to these true cannibals war of war, crime of crime, courage of courage. Yes, we have saved my country. I've avenged America. the avoidal I make in the face of the fine earth and heaven constitutes my pride and glory. Of what consequence to me is the opinion which contemporary and future generations will pronounce upon my conduct. I have performed my duty. I enjoy my approbation. For me, that is sufficient. But what do I say? The preservation of my unfortunate brothers, the testimony of my own conscience, are not my only recompense. I have seen two classes of men, born to cherish, assist, and secure and one another, mixed in a word and blended together, crying for vengeance and disputing the honor of the first blow. Blacks and yellows, whom they redefine duplicity of European has for a long time endeavored to divide. You endeavor to divide you, who are now consolidated and make one family. Without a doubt, it was necessary that our perfect reconciliation should be sealed with the blood of your butchers. Similar calamities have hung over your prescribed heads. A similar ardor to strike your enemies has signaled you. Like the fate is reserved for you, and like the interest must therefore render you forever one, indivisible and inseparable. Maintain precious concord, that happy harmony amongst yourselves. It is the pledge of your happiness, your salvation, and your success. It is the secret of being invincible. It is necessary in order to strengthen these ties to recall to your remembrance the catalog of atrocities committed against your species, the massacre of our entire population of this island, mediated in silence and sang forward and of the he cabinet, the execution of the abominable project, to me unblushingly proposed and already began by the French with the calmness and serenity and the countenance accustomed to similar crimes. Guadalupe pillaged and destroyed. It ruins, still reeking of blood, with children and women and old men put to the sword. Pillage. Himself the victim of their craftiness. After having basely betrayed his country and his brothers, the brave immortal delegates blown into the air the fort which he defended, rather than accept the offered chains. Magnanimous warrior, the noble death, far from imbuing our courage, serves only to roost within us a determination of avenging or of the following thee. Shall I again recall to your memory the plots lately framed at Germain? The terrible explosion which was to be the result, notwithstanding the generous pardon granted to these incorrigible beings at the expulsion of the French army, and dread harbinger of death. The frightful despotism exercised at Martinique. Unfortunately, people of Martinique, could I but fly to your assistance and break your fetters. Alas, an insurmountable barrier separates us. Perhaps a spark from the same fire which inflames us will light into your bosoms. Perhaps in the sound of this commotion, suddenly awakening from your lethargy, with arms in your hands, you reclaim your sacred and imperspectible rights. After the terrible example which I had just given, the sooner of the day divine justice will unchain on earth some mighty winds above the weakness of the vulgar, for the destruction and terror of the wicked, terrible tyrants, usurpers, scourges, and the new world. Our daggers are sharpened. Your punishment is ready. 60,000 men equipped in your to war, obedient to my orders, burned to the offer of a new sacrifice to the manes of their assassinated brothers. Let that nation come who may be mad and daring enough to attack me. Already it's approached, the irritated genius of Haiti, rising out to the bosom of the ocean, appears. His menacing aspect throws the waves into the commotion, excites tempests, and with his mighty hand disperses ships or dashes them into pieces. To his formidable voice, the laws of nature pay obedience. Diseases, plague, famine, conflagration, poison, and constant attendance. But why calculate on the assistance of the climate and the elements? Have I forgot to command the people and not come and cast? Brought up in adversity, whose audacious, daring frowns at the obstacles and increased by dangers? Let them come then, these homicidal cohorts. I wait for them with firmness, and with a steady eye, I abandon to them freely to the shore and the places where the cities have existed. But woe to those who may approach to the near the mountains. It were better for them that the sea received them into its profanable abyss. to be devoured by the anger of the children of Haiti.
Ha.
Yeah,
War to
he's spitting this.
he's like he's
He's
talking to them. He's not. You see how he just you see how he turned this like yo. He's like first he's like this is what I did, but then he like yo. But war to like but this is a note to you.
Of course.
He's like, but now he's talking to you. He's like, woe to them. Like,
Yeah.
I'm
He
like,
won. He won today.
to the tyrant. This is my motto: liberty and independence. Yo, he's like, woe to anybody that look at these mountains and feel like they want to come over here.
He's saying you better get swept up in the waters.
Yo.
All right, so I'll keep going. Generals, officers, soldiers, a little unlike him, who has preceded me. He, ex-general Toussaint Louverture, I have been faithful to the promise which I made to you when I took arms against tyranny. And whilst the last speak of the life remains in me, I shall keep my oath. Never again shall a colonist or any European set his foot upon this territory with the taste of a proprietor. This resolution shall henceforth from the fundamental basis of our Constitution. Should our other chiefs after me, by pursuing a conduct diametrically opposite to mine, dig their own graves, and those of their species you will have to accuse, only the law of destiny which shall have taken me away from the happiness and welfare of my fellow citizens. May my successors follow the path I shall have traced out for them. It is in the system best adapted for consolidating their power. It is the highest homage that they can render to my memory, as it is derogatory to my character and my dignity to punish the innocent for crimes of the guilty. A handful of whites, commendable by the religion they have always professed, and who have besides them taken the oath to live with us in the woods, have experienced my clemency. I order that the sword respect them and that they are unmolested. I recommend anew an order to all generals of the departments and to grant secures, encouragement, and protection to all neutral and friendly nations who may wish to establish commercial relations in this island.
Wow.
The thing is, they traded on them though.
But he said something here. He said he kept his oath to Toussaint.
Yeah.
But he said that woe to them that don't keep their oath to him.
Yep.
And there is something, and I wanted to share it because there was an oath that he made them take. And I wanted to I'm gonna share it because this is the part that I never saw before until the other day, and I didn't realize that there was an oath. And this explains why. And it's funny because I was speaking to a Haitian elder, and he was like, "We're all partakers of the oath. Any of us that were impacted by that freedom are partakers of that oath." And I'm like, "What do you mean we're all partakers of the oath?" And he was like, "Well, all Black people, because the oath was made for all Black people." And I was like, "What?" But let me
find
this. Man, thank you so much. I only got one more thing to go.
Oh, that's cool. I'm fan with it.
one more thing to go, and this one is when he talks to the people, because this was the declaration. And I don't know what you guys think about that. Put a 1 in the comment section if you're sticking with me. This is the declaration that he sent out to everybody, and as you can see, it was an explanation of what went down and of what I will do if anybody tries me. Meaning that this is why I did what I did, and this is what I'm gonna do if anybody tries me.
No.
And he did it very, he did it a very,
he was eloquent.
He was eloquent about it too. He was eloquent. They said he was very, very eloquent. Like, he's the kind of person. They said there was a situation where this one Frenchman came, and the guy came, and the guy was trying to manipulate him, and like they did Toussaint, and he came, and they ate, they drunk, and then the guy, later on that night, and I think the guy was trying to set him up or whatever. Well, while the guy was sitting in there, he had everybody, the guy was setting him up to get but he had people watching. like, and so he had those people killed outside. And then the guy was trying to see why his people wasn't coming. And then he made a statement to the fact that, well, they're dead and you're about to die.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing because of
Hey,
that.
it is what it
It's
is.
just the fact that he fed him, he drank, he gave him
Yeah, I
drink.
heard that story
And
before.
he was like, the guy never saw it coming. He thought you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they said he had that kind of personality where he was just like, you never knew what was gonna happen. And it was just strange that he trusted those two, that set him up like that.
Yeah.
And he really trusted them because somebody told him that they were gonna, and he just didn't believe it. They said he was warned.
Yeah. That's crazy, man. But hearing stories like this and just throughout history, it make you paranoid with people, man, because you never know who could turn on you. But I guess you see the signs with character flaws.
Yeah. Okay, so I think this is it. I found the translation ahead. I translated the word. Okay. I haven't made generals assemble true intentions. I think this is it. Let me see. Which one is this? Let me put it on this page. Okay. You guys are hanging in there. I hope you're enjoying this. I told you guys I'm really into this history. I really enjoy it. And I think our people, our humans that came before us, they deserve the respect of us really understanding what went down.
Just honoring them by reading the words they wrote.
And I'm not just that. I think we should all have a copy of this, man.
I agree.
I think it's funny because I'm gonna tell you something. They went and took all the around, like when America went into Haiti around the 1800s. They went and took 1915 or whatever. They took a lot of our history out of there. You know how they like to have other people's shit.
Yeah, of course.
And a lot of that is because they want to erase it from you. They don't want your children to know what great things you did.
No.
Okay, so this white lady says she found a copy, Julia. Well, she found the copy of Haitian Declaration of Independence. Here's a page. And oh my God, do you see the handwriting, y'all?
Yeah, that's crazy. They
Do you
penmanship.
see how these Africans was writing, y'all?
They penmanship is crazy.
There is no lines on this paper, man. Look at this. We can't. Half of us don't even know how to write like in cursive anymore.
Not that well.
I know my children don't know how to write in cursive because they don't teach them anymore how to write in cursive. I do because they taught us in school. But okay, first day. Yeah.
Okay. On the first day of January 1804.
On the generals assembled. Okay, yes, let's see. I think this is it. Yeah, liberty or death, indigenous army. Let me just make sure.
Oh, it's down there. Okay. Yeah, he's addressing it with citizens.
Yeah. So let's do it. Citizens, not enough. Okay, so let's start here?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Citizens, it is not enough to have forced out of your country the barbarians who have I don't know that word. I don't know that word. I ain't never seen that before.
Is incendiary? I don't know.
I don't know.
You want to look that up?
I need that. Let's
look that up.
I ain't never seen that word in my life.
That's that old foundational word.
That's that old English.
Stained or cover with blood. That means to be covered in blood of battle. Okay.
What's the pronunciation?
It is ensanguined.
Okay. I'm just good with that. If for the space
that's that old bougie English.
I ain't never seen that before. If for the space of 2 centuries, it's not sufficient to have put an end to the factions reviving from Phantom of Liberty, which France exposed to our eyes. It is necessary by last act of national authority to ensure everlasting liberty to the country which give us birth. We must convince the inhumane government which has hit, hurt. They got a lot of old English. Kept us.
Where are you? Am I scrolling up or down or?
No, it's down. I'm at where the government has hurt to, hit here to, I guess.
I hope I'm on the right page. Let me go. Yeah, I think so.
Which has hit here to kept us from the most humiliating state that all hopes of ever enslaving us are at an end. And we must be independent or die. Independence or death, let these sacred words rally us and let them be the signal of battle and of our reunion.
You have to let me know if I have to scroll.
Yeah, scroll down a
was
little
on the
bit.
wrong page. Okay, yeah. Okay,
Citizens, countrymen, I have assembled on this solemn day those courageous soldiers who at the expiring moment of liberty have spilled their blood to revive her. Those generals who have guided your efforts against tyranny have not yet done enough if your happiness. The French overclouds our country. It retraces the remembrance of the cruelties of those barbarians, our laws, manners, towns. Everything still retains the French impression. What do I saw? There are Frenchmen existing among us, and yet you think you are free and independent of the Republic, which has made war against every other nation and have never conquered those who have determined to be free. What victims for 14 years of our cruelty and indulgence, vanquished from not by French armies, but by the chieftaincy of the proclamations of their angels. When we will be tired of breathing the same air as they do.
Wow.
What have we? Oh yeah, he started it. What have we to do with these barbarians? Is cruelty compared to our patient moderation, the difference of their color to ours, the length of the seas that separate us, our revenging climate now sufficiently that they are not our brothers, that they will never be, and if they find asylum amongst us, they will be again plotters and troubles and divisions. Facts. Citizens, inhabitants, men, women, sisters, and children, take review of the whole of this island. Look at your wives, husbands, brothers, and sisters. What do I say? Look for your children at the breast. What's become of them? I shudder to mention it. They were the prey of these vultures. Instead of the interesting victims your eye meets, but their assassins, the tigers, still covered their blood, whose presence reproaches and insensibility and culpable dullness, and revenging them. What are you waiting for to pacify their shades? Remember that you wish your remains to be interred near those tombs, near those into their tombs. Wait, where was I at?
Yeah, you wish your tyranny will descend to their tomb.
Okay, yeah, into their tombs. Without revenge, no. Their bones will repulse yours, and
Whoa, they're saying so your
yeah,
ancestors' bones will repulse yours.
yeah,
They don't want your ancestors' bones will repulse yours.
that's crazy. And you, precious men, interpret generals who, insensible to your own misfortunes, have rescued your liberty at the experience of your blood, known that you have done nothing, unless you to give nations a terrible but just example of their vengeance, that proud nation should exercise after having recovered its liberty and jealous maintaining it. Let us frighten all those who would attempt to force it from us. Let us begin with the French. Let them shudders in accosting our coast. If it is not an account of the cruelties they have exercised, let it be by terrible resolution that we have entered into of putting death whoever is born French and who was soiled with their sacrilegious foot of territory of their sacrilegious foot the territory of liberty. We have dared to be free. Let us dare to be ourselves and for ourselves. Let us irritate the child that is growing, whose own weight breaks the list, which becomes to him necessary and shackles him in his walk. What nation has fought us? I mean, yeah, that's fought, not taught. What nation has fought us? What nation shall gather the fruits of our labors? And what a great absurdity it would be to have vanquished, to become slaves. Let us leave to the French that epithet. They have conquered to those they have conquered to lose their freedom. Let us walk on the grounds. Let us irritate those nations who carry There's solid solicitude. Yeah, that's solicitude. Solicitude to the future, not willing to leave the posterity to purchase it. Prefer being exterminated than to be struck of the number of free nations. Let us care, however, that we are not converted from our purpose. Let our neighbors remain in peace. Let them live equally. Let them live quietly under the laws which they have made, and let us not go as incendiaries incendiaries, erecting ourselves legislators of the Antilles, consulting our glory and distributing the tranquility of the neighboring islands. They have not like that which we inhabit been drenched with the innocent blood of its inhabitants. They have no vengeance to exercise against the authority which protects them. Happy are they have suffered under the scourge that has destroyed us. They can only wish for our welfare. Peace to our neighbors, but annihilation to the French name, eternal hatred to France. That's our cry. Indigenous Haiti, fate reserve me one day to be the sentry to guard the idol to which you sacrifice yourselves. I have watched, combated sometimes alone, and if I have been happy enough to return into your hands sacred, change your entrusted to my care. Charge your entrusted to my care. Remember that you have to defend it. I, combating for your liberty, have I labored for my own happiness before I consolidated by laws, which are to ensure your individual liberty. The chief assembled and by myself owe you to this last proof of our devotion to the cause. Generals and you, chief untitled, near me for the happiness of your country. The day is come which is to internalize our glory and independence. Should a cool heart be amongst you, let them draw back and shudder in pronouncing the oath that's to unite us. Let us swear before the universe.
Stay right here. It said, should a cool heart be amongst you, let him draw back and shudder in pronouncing the oath that's to unite us. So if you have a cool heart, if you ain't in it,
yeah,
back up.
Facts.
And he's like, before pronouncing the oath. So there's about to be an oath. And I need everybody to understand this word oath back then was not a joke. And we're talking about the Haitians. So when you talk about Haitians and you talk about the word oath,
that's spiritual.
We're talking about something spiritual is about to happen.
Okay. So, let us swear before the universe, to posterity, to ourselves, to renounce France forever, and to die rather than live under their dominion, to fight to the last moment for the independence of our country. And you people too long unfortunately witness the oath we are taking. Remember that it is one of your fidelity and courage I depend upon when I rushed into the pursuit of liberty to combat with the despotism and tyranny against which you have struggled for the 14 years. Remember that I have sacrificed everything to fly your defense, and fled from parents, children, and fortune. And now that I am rich only in your liberty, that my name is to become the dread to all wish for slavery and the despots and tyrants who never pronounce it. Without cursing the day that gave me birth, and if ever you refuse to receive, without murmuring the laws that the genius that watches over your destiny dictates to me for your happiness, you will deserve the fate of the most ungrateful people.
What did he mean by that?
He's saying that he himself, he was in a good position. He's saying that he had wealth, and he said he sacrificed that wealth for the greatness
of the family, he had children.
Yep.
And he sacrificed it for the end of slavery.
Yep. He's saying now his only wealth is the collective freedom of the people.
Yeah. And so you deserve, and he said, and now by doing this, his name.
Yeah.
Yeah. His name has become a curse, and it had been. Yep.
Yeah. But far from me is such shocking idea will be the support of the liberty you cherish, as well as the chiefs that command you. Take them before him the oath of living free and independent, and to prefer death to any other thing that you should be put to again under the yoke. Swear at last to pursue eternally the traitors and the enemies of the independence.
So you see the oath. So this is the oath right there.
No.
Take then before him the oath of living free and independent.
Swear at last to pursue eternally the traitors and enemies of the independence. So he's saying don't let up on no traitors or people that wish to enslave you, which a lot of people are not following that.
Yo, that's deep. Take
Yeah.
then before him an oath. Take then before him the oath of living free and independent, and to prefer death to any other thing that should put you again under the yoke. Swear at last to pursue eternally the traitors and enemies of the independence.
He laid out everything, and he's
No, but that's the oath right there. And I think we all broke that.
facts. And I literally think that because I think we're in the position we are because we've turned our back on our ancestors. I think
I think we did. I think
we
that's
don't have the collective energy of them. I think that's why stuff is getting so bad from a communal standpoint.
so that's basically the oath right there.
Yeah.
Yo. Okay. And you know how many times I read that and I just didn't catch it. Okay.
That's profound.
Yep. And they took the oath. Here's the part where they say it. Look.
Yep. We the generals in chief of the armies of the island of Haiti, penetrated with the gratitude and kind which we have experienced by the general in chief Jean-Jacques Dessalines, protector of the liberty which the nation now enjoys. In the name of liberty and independence, in the name of the people he has made happy, we proclaim him governor and general for life in Haiti. We swear to obey the implicity of the laws issued by his authority, the only one we acknowledge we give power to make peace or war, and name his successor. Given to the general quarters of Gonaïves, 1st of January 1804, first day of independence. Signed, Gobard, Romain, Herne, Capot, Christophe, Guerreau.
Yep. There it is. It was all there. It wasn't like a whole bunch of it wasn't like a whole bunch of black people just got together and it was like this was an organized thing.
Yeah, facts.
This was a group of people that were organized. They discussed.
It's more direct than the United States Constitution. There's no caveats, no loopholes. It's black and white. You can't go against it.
Wow. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Our history. There is nothing to be ashamed of. There is so much to be proud of. There is so much to look back to and say, wow. Nothing. And when we think of Haiti now, and we think of what we're being told about it and what we're being told about ourselves and how we got here and what we think of ourselves, and it's really time for us to really start. And I think you're right, someone somewhere. It's we're not honoring our ancestors. These people, they honor their ancestors, right or wrong.
Nope.
Be it that their ancestors were right or were they wrong, they honor their ancestors. Take then before him the oath of living free and independent. And Haiti definitely, somewhere along the line, stopped living free and independent.
No.
And to prefer death to any other thing.
You let them down, man.
It's not just in Haiti, it's in Africa, it's here in America, it's everywhere. We're not free. We're not independent.
And we okay with it. As long as we get some air conditioning, the bins, all that stuff.
Our backs are against the wall, and
Reading that stuff give you chills. I'm about to download that and print it.
I'm telling you right now, it's like one of the most profound things. I've not been able to stop. And I'll put the link out. Did you get the link? Were you able to?
No, I haven't got the link yet to it.
I'm putting the link down right here for anybody that's interested. And there's so much more. I only looked at a few pages, but there's like so much history. It's just like so much history and so much, like, this man, I mean, he was writing letters to it was a letter he wrote to Jefferson. Of course, Jefferson didn't reply.
Yeah. I seen Bayou Bello speak on that.
Such a statement. I mean, they think he was a brute, but then, like, reading his words and seeing how he was maneuvered and very, very intelligent.
Oh, of course.
They didn't know how to handle that.
Anybody who they think is an enemy, we should look as a hero.
And for a very long time, he was considered, or they attributed him to being, a monster, because to them, he was a monster for what he did to them. But they never stopped to tell us what he did for us. It was more so, he was a monster for what he did to them. But if he didn't do what he did to them, we would still be under their feet. Literally. We are not there literally anymore, even though we're there.
That's the crazy audacity that they have, though. Who are you to call me a terrorist or a despot or a brute if I'm getting from under the yoke of slavery that you put amongst the people that I come from? It's my human right. I'm sick if I don't do what I have to do to get out of that thing, to get out of the oppression.
It's like, how dare you not want to be oppressed by me?
Right.
What do you mean you don't want to be oppressed by me? How dare you?
Crazy.
I'm the best thing that happened to you. So there we go. And I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that prefer not to know these truths, or not to. And it's funny because I'm not sitting here trying to make everybody fall in love with Haiti, even though it would be great if you did, because I think that's important. I think that energy going towards Haiti would be great for all of us. But I think that energy going towards all of us from each other would be great for all of us. But Haiti needs it now. And Haiti needs it for a lot of reasons, because I think the people of Haiti, if they get the type of love that they need, and the support, not support per se, but I think we need to all be paying attention to what's happening there, because there's a reason that they're keeping there's a reason that so much turmoil is being kept there. And it's funny because I'm telling you again, do something like type just Haiti in Google, and you're going to get nothing but negativity. But if you type in Haiti vlog, you're going to see like nothing but people, like Haitians going to Haiti, other people going to Haiti, people having fun in Haiti. And you're going to be like, well, what the hell is this? Why is it that if you do a simple Haiti search, it's negativity all day? But if you type in Haiti music or Haiti vlog, and then you get to see the real Haiti, and then you understand that, okay, so if I don't know anything about Haiti and all I type in is Haiti, I'm not going to see anything positive. And that's why I'm very grateful to this young lady that went to Haiti. And she said she just picked a country to go to, and it was Haiti. And she said, I'm going to take a chance. And she went, and it was beautiful. She just had the most beautiful experience. And I'm very grateful that she took the chance to do that, because as an African American, I rarely see African Americans go to Haiti.
Yeah.
I see white people all day long going to Haiti. Like any Haitian will tell you that on a flight going to Haiti, it'll be like 223 white people and like maybe 3 Haitians.
That's crazy.
And that's the truth. And when the white people get to Haiti, you don't see where they go because it's like they don't go to Port-au-Prince, of course, because they keep Port-au-Prince lit with all the stuff that they bring there. I'm going to have a discussion sometime this week. This week alone, something that just happened maybe 2 days ago where they had maybe thousands, hundreds and $1,000s worth of trafficking arms to Haiti. I mean, and I'm telling you, this is a place where people were making less than $2 a day. Who do you think they're bringing these guns to Haiti for, and what do you think they're bringing them there for? They're bringing them there so poor people can kill each other. When you give somebody that don't have money guns, what do you think they're going to do?
Of course, it's going to be robbery.
They're going to be robbing people. They're going to be kidnapping people. They're going to be doing all kinds of negative stuff. And not only that, you're putting guns and drugs in the community. What do you think? Okay, you give somebody guns and drugs. What do you think happens? They don't have opportunities. They don't have anything but guns and drugs. They're going to use those drugs. They're going to sell those drugs. And that's going to make them use them guns and do all kinds of foolishness that they probably wouldn't do on a sober mind. And that's what they did in the community. That's what they did in the hood here in America. They put in certain drugs first and got people into all kinds of drugs. And then when people got all drugged up, then they put stronger drugs and had people selling drugs. And then, this is how they do it. And they're doing it in the islands, not just in Haiti, in different places. If you look up different places like Haiti, Jamaica, and I saw something about St. Lucia not too long ago. It's like it's like a depletion happening. And eventually, if these people deplete themselves, maybe in like 4 generations, it'll be so little of them that there'll just be enough of them there to just cook and clean.
No.
To serve. And then, they'll really be the majority, because right now they're screaming the majority when they're not. And that's exactly what I think is happening. And it's sad, but that's what I think is happening. And that's exactly where I think everything is going. And I don't know why we can't tell that's what's happening. We don't support each other. We're not galvanized to come together. You said something earlier. I think, it would be nice if people would go to Haiti. And I heard that Bill Gates went and bought land in Haiti. But Haiti's so bad, but Bill Gates is buying land in Haiti.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys, pay attention. Google it. The man they're setting themselves up because their trajectory, they're going to deplete these places of certain types of people in a while.
No, it's all in the Caribbean. That's the plan.
They're going to make sure that these people are no longer there, and they're going to be able to be in those spaces and have those spaces become, places where they can do whatever they want. They have travel videos. Yes. Put Haiti travel. And I'm telling you, like that one place, like this lady right here, she said, do they have travel videos? I just shared a video not too long ago. This young lady is African American.
So I'm really excited to
African American. I'm not going to play the whole video because you could go back and look at it. This is Haiti. She just went to Haiti maybe a couple of weeks ago or maybe a month ago now. She fell in love with somebody's dog. This is her in Haiti. She's African American. She just decided, hey, I'm going to go to Haiti. And she went. And guess what? She said,
Hey
she can't wait
guys,
to go
welcome
back.
back to my channel. And if you're new, welcome. If you've seen the title of this video, I am actually visiting Haiti. I've never been before, so I'm really excited to go. And the thing about me, the kind of person that I am, is I do not generalize. So if somebody said something bad about a specific country, I am going to do my own research, and I'm not just going to think the whole country is bad. That's just me. Online, it gave like a warning, but it was a travel advisory, and it said do not travel to Haiti. When they put that,
And they do that. They have that advisory anytime you try to go to Haiti.
That it's not bad all around. It's not, the whole country is not bad.
Yeah, anytime you try to go to
A
Haiti.
certain area or a certain city, there's bad places, bad areas in the United States. There's bad everywhere. So I do not like to generalize people, places, countries, anywhere, because no place is perfect. I actually leave today, and this is so last minute, but I saw some swimsuit bottoms.
I'm not gonna play the whole video, but I will tell you go back, rewind the video.
Needed somebody to hold
and
on
you'll be
to.
able to watch her get her name, because I also put her name, and subscribe to her channel because she's awesome. I'm telling you, where she went is like 8 hours away from Port-au-Prince. And Port-au-Prince is that place that a lot of people don't want to go to. Although I will tell you, there are some beautiful places in Port-au-Prince as well. I'm gonna tell you something. The trajectory of that space that they always show you on the news that is so dangerous is like one town. It's like maybe two areas now that's like that, but it's not the whole of Haiti. And it really saddens me that that's what they show, and they get away with doing that because a lot of people don't know. But there are places like this one place that she was like maybe 5-6 hours away. I thought it was 8, but she said it was 5 hours away. There are places that are 8 hours away. I know the place where my people are from are like 8 hours away. Places 10 hours away. All Haiti still. Haiti is not like this, even though it looks small on, when you look at it, and it's only like half of the island, it's still like a really big space. You know what I mean? And because of the mountains and everything, it's still like a lot of space. So when you go to Haiti, or if you go to that island, there's so many different cities or countries, to go to. I mean, not countries, cities to go to that you'll be amazed. So yeah, don't be afraid to go just because. And that's the part. I really want people to start thinking about going to Haiti, because this is another aspect of, just like Guatemala was like, there's a lot of people that was afraid to go to Africa. And it hit me the other day when I was sitting there and I was thinking, that's how a lot of folks feel about Haiti. I think it was one of these brothers that just moved to Africa, and he was like, yeah, the slums in Haiti. And I was like, huh? I'm like, bro, you just moved to the Gambia. Haiti's, I'm not going to say, I mean, I love the Gambia. I chose the Gambia because my ancestors go back to the Gambia. I have, matter of fact, I'm going to tell y'all something. Because I'm gonna let y'all tell me, because some of y'all have seen videos of the Gambia, and I want you to tell me, because this is a city right here of Haiti, and I'm not even gonna sit here and try to act like that. People need to stop, because you're sitting there saying Haiti's a slum. Haiti's not no different than most places, let's say in most Caribbeans, and maybe even some places on the continent, maybe even better than some places on the continent.
The person saying that probably hasn't even been to Haiti before.
And that's the part. You got one picture. You probably typed in Haiti or saw some white person's version of what Haiti is. And that's what white people do. White people go to Haiti, or they take up the slums of Haiti. Oh, Haiti's dangerous, and this is what they do. White people go places, and this is what they do everywhere they go.
No.
And it's funny because I saw it when I Googled Haiti. I saw nothing but negativity And I was like, wow. But if you type in Haiti vlog or Haiti travel, you're gonna get different versions of Haiti. You're gonna get patients that are going to Haiti. You may not understand what they're saying, but you could see, you have eyes, you could see what it's like. But there are some African Americans that are now traveling to Haiti and showing it, and you'd be surprised of how beautiful it is and how amazing the experience could be. Especially, it's not that far from Florida. I think 2-hour flight.
Yeah, it's quick from Florida.
I think it's 2 hours. I think.
Yeah.
Not been from Florida, but I think from Florida it would be a 2-hour flight.
Because it's right by Cuba.
Huh?
It's right by Cuba, so yeah, it can't be more than 2 hours.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, it's got to be at least a 2-hour flight. I think. If it is, let's see. I'm gonna share this now. I'm gonna start playing the music. This is a city in Haiti. It's not like this is just one city. This is not even the same city I showed for that lady.
That's beautiful.
I'm gonna turn this down because I don't know if his music is copywritten.
Yeah.
But this is a city, y'all. In Haiti. And a lot of fruit trees. You see your banana trees, you see your mango trees. I recognize the trees, y'all. That's the thing about coming from the islands. You know how to look, you spot them. I see a lot of fruit trees.
Yeah, I need that.
Yeah, because we in the middle of that. This is Haiti, and it's not the worst place in the world to be. Yeah, we can use something. I'm sure there's been some worse places. Just the city. I just picked a regular video. I've never even seen it. I don't even know where it is. Look at that.
That's beautiful.
See that? That's the city. Yeah, I'm not I don't know. I don't even know what that is. So that's it just made me mad. He was like, and I'm thinking, dude. It's not like the best looking place in the world. I'm sure we could build a lot of nice houses and all that space.
Man, that's beautiful, man.
And the great thing about Haiti is there's no dry season. It's always green, man. And it's not the greenest place I've seen. Like, this area right here is kind of dry. But there's a lot of beautiful places to go and to see. And this is the part I don't know. I don't understand why I have one more. I'm gonna show y'all. This one might be a little bit more realistic, but you get to see the people. Those people. cover up any copyrights.
Mm.
But yeah, I'm really happy that you guys are seeing this because it's important because a lot of people have this thought of Haiti, and I really want that to be like, I want that to be done. This is Haiti too. This is another place. This guy, he must travels around a lot in Haiti. He's walking around somewhere. This is another place. And they're playing music, so I'm gonna turn the volume down. I don't know. That's another thing. You're gonna hear a lot of music
Oh yeah.
in Haiti because people always playing music. I don't know
Oh
what
yeah.
that. So as you can see, kids are coming from school. It's nothing like, you know, nobody's killing nobody, ain't nobody burning nothing. It's a regular city,
Right.
you know. It's not. It's just a little island, man.
That's fine with me.
Hmm.
That's fine with me. It's beautiful to me.
It's our people, though. It's really Let me see. He's got the camera walking by these little kids, and then the one thing you know you see the kids with the different uniforms,
Oh
the
yeah.
representation of the different grades, and that's the one thing I like about the you know like Haiti, and I think it's like that in representation in most islands and maybe even Africa, where if you look at the kids, you could tell what grade they're in based on the colors of their uniforms.
Okay.
And look at that. This is like coconut trees. These right here are trees with fruits on them. And that's another thing I like about Haiti. Like everywhere you turn around, there's a fruit. There's coconut. There's mango trees. There's food everywhere. So
Yeah, I need to go.
it's not part. It's not for food as much as it's for because they made these people dependent on certain types of food. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Of course.
They're no longer growing their food. They don't grow rice, which is used to be the main thing. They're not raising their own food anymore, and things like that. This guy's looking at walls. He's weird. His camera is looking at walls. A little weird for me. I don't know. Like look at trees and stuff like that, but looking at the wall. But as you can see how clean the streets are.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what he's like. Oh, the slums in Haiti. Like you can see for miles. You don't see no slums. This is a street in Haiti. This is
That
Haiti.
air quality got to be great. All them trees.
You can feel the cleanliness. This is another city in Haiti. Now we've seen 3 cities, and this is you have other options. There's like maybe I don't know how many cities you.
And are those solar panels on top of the light?
Yeah, well, yeah, those are solar.
Yeah.
So
They getting solar energy.
that way they could stay on.
Yeah, with all them trees.
Yeah.
That's
Because you know those are the
eco-friendly.
street lights. Yeah, and isn't that cool? I think. Yeah, he's just walking. He's not getting nowhere fast. Look at that. Look at the gutter.
That's beautiful.
You see how clean the gutter is?
Oh yeah.
They usually have this filter thing. I haven't been there so long yet, but this is like where the trash would normally go, but they clean it, but they have this filter thing that catches the trash at a certain point, and there it is. You see it?
Yeah.
But they don't show you this about Haiti. They show you Port-au-Prince, and they show you this little section in Port-au-Prince that's got a whole lot of drama in it. And I think that's paid for, orchestrated, being designed.
That's in every major city in the world.
I feel like that's just being designed and orchestrated to be kept that way because why can't it be like this?
Thanks.
I don't understand it. You see houses with the gates, people live communities.
The dynamics that's why I don't understand why people fall for media narratives. The dynamics in the world are the same basically everywhere.
This is Haiti. I mean, the streets are wide. You see a street. You don't see dirt roads.
Thanks.
I don't understand what people saying that Haiti's a slum.
Even if you did see dirt roads, if the people's quality of living is good,
I mean, this is the part I don't get. Like,
yeah.
I don't get it. It's like a misrepresentation, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll fast forward. This man's been walking for a minute. I had to fast forward because I don't know why you walking instead of driving. But let's see if he gets to neighborhoods. Let's see him get around people. That's it. Still lots of folks.
School.
Those bike riders are probably people that, you pay
Yeah.
to get around. They probably, same like Africa. Yup,
Yeah.
CB, same like Africa. Yup, they probably get paid to take people back and forth. Yeah, ain't no difference. Somebody house right there in the corner. I guess he's trying to figure out which way to go.
Yeah, he looked lost.
Oh, I like the roads though. You see the old
Yeah,
paved
that's
road.
beautiful.
Haiti could be good, man. It can be good. We just need to all focus on Haiti and get it, man.
I agree.
I promise you.
Anywhere we concentrate our place, we can make it paradise.
You see the old people over there chilling underneath their thing, probably
Yeah.
gossiping. Like, all old people everywhere. That's what old people, our black people do. They bringing the drug cartels, Jackie. I see your note right there. Drug cartels into Haiti and the guns and this is what, if not all the communities would be. This is how all of Haiti was. Yeah, and you see the people. They're not that rich, but you can see that it's a community. It's our people. Nobody's claiming to be rich here, but you're not gonna be screaming slums. These are humans. We're not rich, but no slums. What?
Man, give me that any day.
They have rich communities. This is a very humble community. This is like what you would call a very humble community. What you call a poor community.
If you took a survey of the people's quality of life, it'll be higher than people that's living in mansions as far as stress level.
You see, this is what you call a poor community. It's not one of the richest communities, and they have rich communities in Haiti. Trust me. If you got money, you could pay. I mean, you could live. Rich communities in Haiti do exist.
Yeah, I've seen some before.
Trust me, you want to live expensive life in Haiti. They have rich neighborhoods in Haiti. It's all about how much you could afford to live, but this is a humble neighborhood. This is a clean, humble neighborhood in Haiti. They show you the slums. This is what they want you to see. They want to make you believe that that's Haiti. And that's not Haiti, because trust me, they fly their asses down there every time you turn around. You get on one of them airplanes, and what you gonna see? You're gonna see them
trying to go pillage,
and they're setting themselves up to go live there.
No.
And why are they going there? Okay, so that's a poor neighborhood in Haiti. Just a regular average neighborhood in Haiti. Now let's get off of that, and I want to show you where the people with money live, because you see there's balance in all things.
No.
Moment. After this, let's see.
The market.
Hmm?
That's the market.
Yeah, that's like your neighborhood. And again, this is a poor neighborhood, so that's how the markets are gonna look out there.
I like that. I ain't know that.
Yeah, that's a,
I
but
like that.
as you can see, when people say, oh, I mean, if you're living in a Gambia and you're making a video about how Haiti is slummy, something wrong with you. So this is what you would call, I'm gonna turn the volume down because I don't know if it's copywritten, but this would be a more affluent. This is middle class, more affluent
That
neighborhood.
look like Florida.
That look like this is what you call a more affluent area in Haiti. So if you want to live like this, you can. This is Haiti. This is Haiti too. I mean, when I say I want to go to Africa, it's not because I can't go to Haiti and live like this too. It's just that I want to go where my roots came from. I want to get to know them too. I want to understand. I want to get closer to my culture. It kind of breaks my heart because when you look at Haiti, you see Africa, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
But this is another area, not the richest. Now this is just middle. Because trust me, next level is going to be even higher. But this is what you would call your, you know. And this is called Belleville in Haiti. Let me see if I can this is the name of this area. I should have been putting the name of the other ones too. I forgot. But this is the name of this area. They don't show you stuff like this. They don't say, oh, we say Haiti is whatever, but look at this. These people are living like this in this city. You know, this city is called Belleville. And imagine, see how beautiful the community is. It's a big community, and the houses are huge. And right now, it's probably a little bit better because I think they were redoing the streets in what year was this? And that was in 2018. So it's probably better now. The streets are probably all paved because I see that in the note somebody said they were doing the streets. Oh. You see that? Look at these houses. Let's not get it conflicted. This is your Haiti. This is only 2 hours away from Florida.
It look like Florida.
Yeah, probably why they build them like that.
Yeah.
You know, because it's not too far and probably the same builders. So you saw, I'm giving you all levels. You got the poor, which is still cute. Okay. I wouldn't mind. I could live in any level, really. Just give me peace.
Right.
And then next time you hear about Haiti or you think about Haiti, you'll have a projection in your mind and you'll have an understanding that, you know, if you're not from Haiti, that you understand that there's levels to this thing, you know? It's like anything else. There's a reason why a lot of Haitians are leaving Haiti. It's not because of poverty per se. It's because there's a lot of things that are being stopped. There's a lot of sanctioning happening. There's a lot of things that are being stopped from happening in Haiti. And because of that, people have to go. Like there are doctors, lawyers, engineers having to leave the country because they have to go work in other places because there is like no networking. And a country that cannot network with other countries cannot really, you can't do it on your own.
Yeah.
And you know, even the Dominican Republic does not work with Haiti. So it's like, look at look, the person that's driving the car is white. You can tell by the window.
Yeah,
They
they
get
wait.
on the plane. They get on the plane. You see them? You see her screen?
Mm-hmm.
She's driving around showing off her neighborhood. And this is Belleville, Haiti, y'all. You could Google it yourself. Yeah. Belleville, Haiti. You know what makes me mad? When you see these Haitians, half of them are probably working in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
We need to go and take these houses.
Facts. They just over there plotting.
They over there. Ooh, we could take all of this.
Uh,
This is why we need to come and take this. Prime real estate.
Cause I'll be seeing I'll be seeing the them little people that be making them Haiti vlogs and Benin vlogs. They just scouring, doing reconnaissance. They trying to take the place over.
That's what they're doing right now. They go and they go and they say, "Oh, these places. This is a dangerous place. Don't come here." And then, but look at this. This is dangerous.
Yeah.
This is dangerous. I was so proud of that sister that went to Africa. To Haiti, and she made that vlog, and she was like, "I'm going back." I sent her a message, and I was like, "Thank you for going and whatever." She was like, "You don't have to thank me." She said, "I'm already trying to plan my next vacation."
No.
And I'm already making my next vacation, and then we'll be back over. She said, "I've never enjoyed myself so much." And she said, "The water is just so clean." She said, she said, "I go on vacation a lot." And she said, "The water is just the cleanest." And I'm like, and I mean, they even make Haitians don't even want to go back to Haiti. I'm one of them. I ain't gonna lie to you. There's a lot of beautiful places, a lot of good, and there's a lot of bad. There's a lot, but there's more good. We just right now, I just really want to believe that something's gonna happen, and hopefully it will be soon, and we'll be able to overcome all these things, because it's not right.
No.
What's happened to Haiti, and I think that I don't mean it when I say I think everybody owe Haiti reparations. I don't mean it in the sense of everybody needs to take money out their pocket and give to Haiti. I mean it in the sense that it's bad enough that we have a structured system working against Haiti, or systems in place working against Haiti, because it benefits them to do so. And because they are doing it for their ancestors. They're doing it on in behalf of their ancestors. We need our people to stand by our side. We need our brothers and sisters to stand by our side. That's all.
I agree.
And yes, come get to know Haiti. There are places in Haiti like Cap Haitian. There are places I'm gonna ask you to, go figure out. Don't be afraid to start going online and look at some Haitian vlogs and don't. I'm not saying go because if you're afraid, don't go. But just getting to see what's out there. Just like a lot of us didn't know what was happening in Africa. Um, get to know what's happening in Haiti. Not if nothing else, just so you can that thing that people have in their minds, their hearts towards Haiti, so it could dissipate and you could have a better understanding of who your brothers and sisters are in that island, on that island, and understand what what kind of their humanity, and so when you meet Haitians, you're not thinking what they've already implanted. Um, yeah, you're not thinking that. You're thinking you're seeing their humanity. You're seeing the fact that they're not that different than you, and all those things that they're saying about Haiti. It's funny because it's hard not to really see that when you see thousands of Haitians trying, or hundreds of Haitians trying to cross the border into Rio Grande. And it's hard for me to even put into words. It's hard for somebody that is not living in a system that is um that is well, what do you say, that is being sanctioned or banned, to understand they that you might be in an island that is beautiful, and other people could come and enjoy, like other people could come and travel to and really enjoy it and benefit and reap, and you that live there every day, you can't enjoy it because you lack money, because you cannot. They've taken, let me say that you are under a government that has taken things out of the way by going into contract with other places or systems that have taken basically the food out of your pantries. Haiti used to grow its own rice, the sugar cane. We used to have the best coffee. Haiti no longer grows the best rice in the Americas like it used to. Haiti no longer grows. I mean, they were farmers. They were they basically took them from farming and made them start working in their factories, making shirts for Nike and Adidas and sneakers and paying them pennies. So these pennies, they pay them, and then they bring rice and they spend money, the same pennies that they're paying them to buy these rice from them. So you pay them in pennies to sew Nike T-shirts that you're gonna sell to your. They pay these blacks on the island pennies to sew T-shirts, to put Nike on a T-shirt that they're gonna sell to another black man for $30 a T-shirt, and then they come back with a sack of rice and then sell that sack of rice to that same person that they sold the pennies. It just goes on and on and on. And this is the stuff that has been going on. And basically, so that man that used to go out there and plant his own bananas, he planted his own manioc, he had peas, he had his own rice, his own okra, he had his pantry was out there. He had his own chickens, his own goats, his own whatever. He has nothing now because he thought he was gonna do better by going to a job, and this job would pay him, and he would be able to buy things that he didn't think he was gonna have to work hard anymore. Well, that didn't work out because this job, it dissipated, and like all things, it was a lie. The cost of things became higher. The job was still paying less. People lost jobs. Companies that came in went away. Sanctions, bans, presidents, crooked presidents, governments that were corrupt, war, what all kinds of shit they put in all these things. Are orchestrated. I'm telling you, they're orchestrated. I don't care what nobody says. And some of this stuff is the cause of why you see people crossing the Texas, hundreds of people crossing over, because it gets to the point where there is nothing. There's no jobs. People see their parents weren't working. And so they have no other option than to take the risk of going across waters, through jungles, to try to get to a place where they can support themselves and their families. And this is why they do it. This is why you see people come from the Caribbeans and from wherever they go to do what they do, because by the time this generation that you see, and these last two generations that you see that is scrambling, trying to come to these Americas, don't even know how to garden anymore, really, or how to do all those things that their forefathers used to do. And all those things were stripped from them. All they know how to do now is use money to buy and sell. They don't even know how to sell, just to buy. They have turned us all into just a bunch of people that know how to spend money. Not even save, just spend. And so in the islands, it's really because of pollination that we're still, for the most part, that we're still growing things, because of the bees and the birds, because they take, seeds and, because people are not growing anything. There are not so many farmers left. Not to say there's not any, but there's not as many as they were. I mean, people everywhere used to have their own garden. People used to maybe go to your neighbor if you needed something that they were growing at one season that you weren't growing. But folks didn't used to have to go buy food like that. You went and bought things that were not food, and that wasn't something that was necessary. It was more so when you needed it, but what was necessary was feeding your children and what you grew, you sold to get your kids into school, and that was all right. They took that power away from us and made us powerless with the promise of jobs, and those jobs and companies went away, and we became desperate and non-independent. What was that that oath again? Take then before him the oath of living free and independent. We became not free and not independent. That was a part of the oath that we were not supposed to be breaking. Haiti became non-free and independent because they became, the moment that they needed to start depending on companies coming over and them giving them jobs and them needing them to give them, rice, and then now needing them to give them aid. They went from saying promises of having jobs, and then companies went. Then they needed aid. Now they still need aid, and now aid. And so you see, and this is what causes people that live in those beautiful spaces that we were just looking at with all that greenery have to leave, because you get to a point where you want your kids to go to school and become things. You want to be able to buy things, and you've lost all those skills that you used to have, where you were able to use your hands and your skills and be dependent. They made us, not they, are not having the foresight to see that we were becoming dependent of these people, have weakened us. So it goes back to this oath that Dessalines laid out. And he definitely made a statement to the fact that woe to us that if we would break the oath. So it's a matter of picking this oath. I think with anything, if you realize what you did wrong, it's about making it right. So to me, I think the answer is understanding that what we did wrong was become dependent of others and not being free, not living free. And this is not something that just is for Haiti. It's for all of us. It's anytime that we are not free, what makes us not free is being dependent on others. Take then the yoke. Take then before him the oath of living free and dependent, and prefer death to any other thing that should put you again under the yoke. Swear at the last, I guess that would be the last breath, to pursue eternally the traitors and enemies. And when he talk about the traitors, he's talking about the ones within. And anybody that is a traitor also becomes an enemy, right? The traitors and the enemies of independence. So the traitors and the enemies externally, internally of independence. Damn. Man. I know y'all think this was amazing. Man. These were the words of Jean-Jacques. This was the oath that was made, and it wasn't kept. But it's not too late, and I think that this is an oath that we all must make and keep again. I think this is an oath that we all individually must make to ourselves and to each other and keep again as a people. And this is something, because really, this is saying to thine own self be true, meaning that and it's in the end when he made the statement, swear at your last breath, to pursue eternally the traitors and enemies of the independence. And a minute ago, we were talking about the independence. Do for yourself. Living free. We were talking about how Haiti lost its independence because it became dependent on the promises made by America or other places of bringing business and companies to Haiti. So they all, the government, hey, stop growing rice, blah, 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 blah. Wow. Man, this was an amazing discussion. And I have to tell y'all something. I'm not apologizing for anything I said tonight. I'm sorry if I offended anyone, but I'm gonna tell you something. I take nothing back because I truly believe that we all owe something to those ancestors that gave so much back then. I feel like there was a journey, man. There was a journey that was made by our forefathers. And when they got to that little land in Saint-Domingue and that became Haiti, well, the slaves called it Haiti when they got their independence, and now they call it Haiti. And they took this oath. And this declaration was made, and not only did they declare it, they declared it to eternity. They declared it to the universe, and they made sure they proclaimed it to the world, to all leaders in the world. They put it in writing. Not only did they tell them, this is what we did, this is why we did it, and this is what we will do. With all due respect. These were men to be proud of. Dessalines was a man to be proud of. Jean-Jacques Dessalines was a leader to be proud of. I am very much happy to have had the opportunity to speak on this, and I am I am without question very proud to be Haitian, very proud to be an African descendant of an ancestor that was on that island at that time. I am very proud to be melanated because they stood for people that were melanated throughout the world. I will ask that we understand that what they did was for all of us, and that I will ask that if we want to show any respect or appreciation, that we do it by understanding that Haiti is still waging, war is being waged on Haiti, and we all know it. No one is asking for anyone to go and bear arms, but I am asking that we acknowledge. I think if we can at least begin to acknowledge their presence, past and current, we could definitely have impact on the future. I'm really looking forward to some feedback on this. Put your comments in the comment section. Please share this video with your friends and family. I am still trying to grow this channel. I have an aim. Please help me get to my 10,000 subscriber goal. I'm really trying this month to try to get to that. So if you guys could help me by getting your friends and families to subscribe to this channel. I promise to bring more interesting details on Africa, on Haiti, on the diaspora. We are going to try to talk about these things. I'm really interested to find out as much as I can. Anybody that get any more facts about Jean-Jacques Dessalines, bring it on, because I think this is something that we need to always talk about, because this is definitely one for me that I'm going to get me a copy of this pamphlet. I'm going to find out if there's a way that I can have it a copy printed and sent to me so I can have it framed. I think we should all have it framed in our homes and have our children know how important it is for us to have as melanated beings. I think we should all have it. I think it's important. For a very long time, we were told that this may have been one of the ugliest things that happened in the Western Hemisphere. No, it wasn't. It was one of the best things that could have happened to us as a people. And I'm very excited to have been able to share my opinions on this with you guys today. So that being said, thank you so much, someone somewhere. Very much appreciate your help today with reading everything. And thank you, guys. The Blackness.